As you are preparing yourselves tonight to head to this club to hopefully enter Kether's Citadel, we will rewind time a little bit and find out exactly what happened to Crombie and the other group of people at the moment of traversing into Metropolis. So as Crombie, the ritual was enacted by Octavian, and the pool began to glow with this eerie, unearthly light. You found yourself, after a moment of being disoriented and sort of discombobulated, you find yourself walking alone into what appears to be a theater. And if you take a little look at Albert, you will see what you see right now. There is some sort of production going on the stage. However, there's no audience in this opera-style house that you've just walked into, but you hear clearly an audience whispering and the same little sounds that you always hear in a place like this.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, sorry. And you do see that there are signs along the walls that indicate that there's some sort of play about Dracula being put on right now.
And John is alone in this moment. He's looking around. Has he ever been to a show like this about Dracula or anything like that? Is this new to him?
You've never been there. You've probably been to something like this before, like some sort of opera, but this particular one and this particular opera house don't ring any bells to you. And as you're sort of looking around and you notice that there's movement on stage, there are actors, and then you hear a voice that says, "Enters Mr. John McIntire."
With that, John will put one hand on the gun, draw that, have it ready, and approach the stage.
As you approach the stage, you see a scene being played out. There is a sign over what is a doorway, and it says Appleton Curiosity Shop, Antiques and Sundry. And for a brief moment, you're reminded of that vision that you had in the elevator where you were at Appleton International Airport, with a job to do, a note that basically had told you about some sort of necklace and had given you a drawing of it, and a note that said you had to do whatever was needed to attain or acquire this particular necklace, but under no circumstance were you to put it on. And as you approach the stage and you see this sign, you see that the set is that of a little sort of antique shop with little curios and all sorts of things that are hanging around. There is an older man having a chat with someone who looks very much like you, but is also at the same time kind of dressed like Dracula, with the black cloak with the red velvet lining inside and the suit and the slicked back hair. As you take this in, the scene shifts somewhat, and you see yourself dressed as Dracula, busy dismembering bodies. There appear to be 3 bodies, an older man, an older woman, and a younger man, and you're very dispassionate as you do this. The doorbell rings from the front of the shop, and when you look over, you see another man there who you don't recognize, but looks very, very angry. And when he sees you, his eyes go wide, and you can see the rage and the fear that sort of just courses through him, and he attacks you very violently. You find yourself fighting off this man who is trying to stop you from doing what you're doing, and with a gasp from the invisible crowd behind you, and a very dramatic musical cue from the orchestra in the pit, you see yourself turning with a knife and slashing at this man, and this man's left hand being cut off and flying through the air, trailing blood, landing on the ground. As this happens, the man whose hand you've just cut lets out a yell of pain and clutches at his stump and runs out through the front door. And you can hear in the distance police sirens. Black. The lights come on. People are applauding. People are cheering all around you. There's no one, but you hear this swelling of sound as all these people are cheering the ending of this play. Alone on stage is you, the dead bodies still littered all over. And you take a bow to the audience. And then everything is silent.
Wow, John, I can't imagine why they didn't want you remembering this one.
The voice of Kirsty comes from behind you.
John will turn back, kind of looking. Is Kirsty there?
Yep. She's sitting in one of the chairs, her feet up on the back of the chair in front of her, just clapping away slowly.
How does it feel to be a parasite, John?
What are you talking about? What kind of sick joke is this?
All those times you came to get me. Be honest. How many of those times did you wish you'd show up and, I'd just be finally dead, gone, out of your hair?
I never... What? No.
Did you ever just want to wrap your hands around my neck and take away that misery, John?
Stop it. This is not who I am.
Is it a daddy thing? Is that why you like taking dear old Uncle Emil's orders so much?
Stop it. I'm paid to do a job. I would never do anything like this. What are you talking?
Poor John.
The lights turn off in this theater one by one with the donk, donk, donk. And eventually there's just a spotlight coming down on you, John, in the middle of the place. And you're surrounded by darkness.
Is there anything pinging for John in the back of his head? Does he recognize any of this, or is this foggy to him?
It does ring familiar. You're seeing flashes of arriving at that airport, being driven into town, arguing with an old man in the shop, being forced to kill him, his wife coming in, being forced to kill her, another employee coming in, then realizing that you couldn't just leave the scene like this. You had to make it look so over the top, and starting to dismember them, and then this other man coming into the shop and attacking you, and you cutting off his hand, and then deciding to leave it there to give the cops an avenue investigation that wasn't you.
I think standing alone in the spotlight darkness surrounding John, as these memories kind of hit, I think he kind of collapses to his knees, head down, and just says to himself, "This is me. This is me."
The smell of food cooking reaches your nose. Some meat of some sort, grilling, nice spice, beautiful aroma. It's very warm. All of a sudden, there's a dry wind that is kicking up little dust eddies around where you are kneeling.
John will look around, try to catch the source.
As you open your eyes and look around, you realize you're in some mountains somewhere, dry, dusty mountains. There's a little shack, a little house up front with a big balcony, and the smell of food cooking is emanating from on that balcony. You can see that there's someone sitting there, but it's difficult to tell who it is. The other thing you notice as you take in your surroundings is that you're no longer alone. Miss Santorino and Brianna are there also shaking their heads and picking themselves up from the floor. You catch movement out of the corner of your eye. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to ask, clocking the surroundings here, this sounds very familiar. Is this the location that was potentially described over a voice recording?
It could be, as you look over to the side and see a shed with a open door and looking very ominous there, and just in time to see the booted feet of the other two security guys being dragged into this shed with blood trailing behind and then nothing moving.
I think John looks to Santorino and Brianna and says, "Hey, we are not in a good place right now. I need you to get your heads in the game. Can you do that?"
The two of them are obviously sort of like you were, a little bit kind of disoriented, but Brianna responds pretty quickly, sort of getting up and looking around, and she doesn't have most of her gear anymore, but she does have her pistol, which she draws, and Miss Santorino's like, what the hell, where is that? Is someone cooking?
Something's happening. Brianna, you should take point. And John will point over to the shed over there. I'll stay with Santorino. We'll bring up the rear.
She's like, I don't think I want to go in there. And as she says that, you feel that too when you look at it. You feel this really intense sense of incredible danger and something really beastly and evil and ancient lurking in that darkness there. You barely hear wet sounds emanating from it, but I'm not gonna lie, you almost piss yourself.
I think there was a small piece of John that was like, okay, maybe there's a chance those two are still alive. That's 2 extra bodies, that's 2 extra guns. But hearing those sounds, not a chance. Feeling that feeling, not a chance. You said there's the shed. Is there anything else? There's the
house with the house with the balcony where the smell of food is coming from, and the rest is mostly the mountain, and then on the other side, the valley below.
Okay. John will say to Brianna, I think you're right. Let's move to the house. We're sitting ducks out here.
As you start to move towards the house, the figure that's on the deck gets up and walks towards the side, and you see there holding a little earthenware cup and sipping from it. And now, waving at you, is Emil Larkan.
John will lower his gun and kind of one hand to push down Brianna's as well, if she's a little bit slower to react, if she's still a little disoriented.
She doesn't quite react. You realize she probably doesn't necessarily know who he is. She may not recognize him or something like that, like you. But when she sees you draw your gun, you're dropping your gun, she kind of relaxes a little bit. And Santorino says, "Is that Emil?"
It is. John will approach. "Mr. Arcand."
"You took your sweet time getting here. Come. We don't have a lot of time."
John follows.
The other two come up also, and when you arrive on this deck, you can see that there are cushions arrayed around like a little low table. At the center of the table, there is like a little fire pit with cinders, and there's a little earthenware jug that's sitting right in the middle of it, sort of warming, and the smell that's emanating, that's very appetizing, that's very exotic and intense, seems to be coming from that. Tell me what's been going on. Have a seat. Tell me what's been going on.
Yeah, John sits down, and I don't think he has any reason not to give him a full retelling of kind of what we've encountered.
He listens to you as he does. He's got several plates of food, and there are vegetables and meats and fruits, and he makes a plate for each of you, and he puts it down in front of you. He doesn't urge you to eat or anything, but he gives you the food, and then he fills little earthenware cups, also with this clear liquid. And so, my niece, you say, is still alive?
She is, and I don't know. Maybe Hera was glitching out or something. I mean, we were hearing terrible things, Mr. Archant.
Immaterial now. Go ahead, eat.
But the shareholders, I mean, if that audio leaked,
it really doesn't matter anymore. We have more serious issues at hand. I have instructions for you.
Of course.
Are you eating, John, or are you not eating?
I think, ooh, it smells really good. It does, right? I think John's gonna eat.
Okay. Tastes very nice. Some sort of venison-like meat, and very well arranged with fruits and a nice little sauce and some vegetables on the side. Tastes very good. You feel very refreshed as you're eating it. What you're drinking appears to be some kind of very chilled, very light white wine that pairs very, very well with the fruits and vegetables that are served in front of you. Brianna doesn't eat. Santorino will eat also, as the two of you are kind of telling Archon what's been happening. He says, I will make arrangements for you to rejoin the rest of them. It is very important, John, that you bring my niece back to me.
Of course. You can count on me.
You've done so several times before, very satisfactorily. Of course, you realize I mean Julia and not Kirsty.
Oh.
No. Kirsty needs to die to placate Kether, but I need Julia brought to me.
I think John is going to do his best to keep his cool in this scenario. Something he's had quite a bit of practice at, but it certainly shakes him. Of course, Mr. Archant. How can we return here?
I'll take care of that. Make sure you find the rest of the group. Make sure that Kirsty makes it all the way to where Julia is being held. After that, you will need her to get into the room, but after that, whatever happens to Kirsty is of no matter as long as Julia is brought back to me. Preferably Kirsty dies. It'll just complicate things if she doesn't. I'm hoping Kether won't notice the difference between the two of them. It's been a long road getting to this point. We're almost there. I can taste it. As he says that, this person comes out of the house wearing a kind of monk's robe, horribly disfigured, with the skin over the eyes sort of pulled low and sewn shut, and the mouth just this lipless sort of cracked orifice. And this Emil doesn't appear to pay much heed to it, and this creature comes in and reaches into the fire and pulls out the earthenware jug with its bare hands and puts it on the side, and then cracks the seal open and opens. And then as it does, you get this smell that at first makes you almost gag, like it really catches you right here, and like you feel like everything you just ate start coming up, and you manage to kind of clamp down on it. And immediately after that, it becomes the sweetest, most tantalizing smell you've ever had. And this creature puts the pot down in front of Emil, and from a pocket in his little robe pulls out a bunch of chopstick-like things and puts them in front of him, and picks up your plates and departs with them. You still have the gun you were given, John?
I do. Yes, sir.
Well, I'm sure you know what to do with that.
Yes, sir.
Issue here, John, and as he's talking, he takes these little chopsticks and he starts pulling out these pieces of flesh from the pod. It's kind of like this white translucent things with these little dark veins inside, almost kind of like uncooked shrimp almost, but a little bigger and kind of wet. And he pulls them out and he puts them in little plates, each in front of each of you. He says, it's about power and authority, John. Things you understand quite well, of course. Kether is the epitome of both. And so, in order to achieve what I wish to achieve, I can't find myself subjugated to him. And so, I'm attempting something very difficult here, which is to extricate myself from under his authority. And in order to do that, I need you, John. I need you to do as you've always done, to obey me, to do exactly as I tell you, to take care of my niece. Her name is Julia, perhaps, instead of Kirsty, but they're exactly the same otherwise. Shouldn't be much of a big difference for you. I need you to do what you do best, John. And of course, there are rewards on the other side. And it says that he picks up the piece of meat in front of him and slurps it down. He seems ecstatic for a moment, just as he's savoring every bite of it. Sweetest meat. You haven't tried yours, John.
I think I'm quite full. Thank you. I'll need to stay mobile, it sounds like. Wouldn't want to weigh myself down. Please. And he offers it back to Mr. Arcand. You can trust me.
He smiles, reaches over, grabs it. Next to you, Miss Santorino is has been chewing on hers and is trying to sort of bring it down, and he brings your piece and offers it to her, and as soon as he puts it over her face, she just starts vomiting. Like everything she's eaten just sort of comes out and just splashes on her lap and on the table. Emil looks at you and goes, "It's always good to know when one's full." Go, John. Take these two. Head down that trail. It'll take you to where you need to go.
Yes, sir. Let's go. And John will rise.
Santorino's still kind of coughing and gagging, and she's got like a napkin, and she's trying to sort of clean herself off. And Brianna's kind of walked off, and you can tell that she's like kind of like, "Fuck is this?" And
Yeah,
is just sort of out by the door now.
John will help Miss Santorino up as well.
Counting on you, John.
I think as John is getting ready to exit, he kind of has that look back to Mr. Archon as he's thinking about the stage, Appleton. And does he remember any other instances of being asked to do something similar to Appleton?
No, and this is what disturbs you, because you don't remember instances like this, but I've always felt certain there are a lot of holes in your memory.
God.
I think John knows now what he does best, and he will exit with a nod to Mr. Archon.
And as you leave with the other two, you find yourself somewhere else. It's as if the world has just suddenly shifted out from beneath you. You are in some sort of underground area, and you can see trash fires burning, junk piled up high sort of everywhere. And coming from somewhere further down, you hear the sound of voices talking quietly, trying not to be heard. We will rewind again a little bit and find ourselves back again with our friends who are currently in this sort of abandoned mall area, where you've been resting after your encounter with in the alley. The doctor is on this still on the table where Nedra is seen to him, and doctor, your wound has been bandaged very well. It certainly doesn't feel as bothersome as it did earlier. You are lying back, sorry, sort of just taking it easy, and your wound's fine. Taking it easy and trying to get a hold of yourself a little bit. You stare, perhaps daggers, at Kirsty, who's sitting further away, having taken your Vox anima.
As Nedra is sort of finishing up the bandaging, he's just going to reach up with his good hand and just kind of grab one of her hands, not aggressively, but just enough to sort of get her attention. And he says, "Thank you, Nedra. You're quite skilled. There is one other thing you could help me with." And then
what is that, doctor?
He turns his head towards Kirsty. She has something of mine. And then he lets go of her arm.
I'll see what I can do, doctor. I'll be back shortly. There's a few things I need to do. She'll step away from you. As the rest of you are resting up, you can all regain 1 stability. And that goes the same for you, John. You can all regain 1 stability, and you can all heal 1 wound if you have wounds.
I have a question about the character sheets.
Yeah.
So I have 1. I had 2 stability points or whatever. Is 1 meant to go under the composed section, or do you start in uneasy?
You start, if you get one. If you lose 1 stability, you go to uneasy.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Like composed is the baseline.
Okay. Yep.
For everyone except Kirsty.
Huh. That's our
Not composed?
Not composed.
Not the slightest.
And Mr. Chase, you're sitting with Carla, and Carla's saying, and I keep killing him. I really don't understand what it is. I mean, I do everything I'm supposed to. I watch YouTube videos and TikToks, but I always end up killing them. It's always so terrible. And my mom was so good with them. Like she could grow them like just like that without any problem. But the second I get a plant, like I got cacti and I got like all these plants that are supposedly impossible to kill no matter what you do. And without fail, they just die.
My dear, the answer is elementary. Have you tried a plastic plant? Why trouble yourself keeping these things alive if you can't do it? Move on to things you are good at.
I never thought of that. I always felt plastic plants were kind of like cheap.
Oh, like anything, there is a wide variety of options available. You can get something expensive in almost every category, my dear.
Well, it's not like I could afford anything like an expensive plastic plant.
You are forgetting the $100 bonus that I'll be paying you at the end of the month because you helped me survive the trip here to the mall.
Oh, you're right. Oh, that's a great idea. I don't know how many.
You could buy a plant. You could buy, well, not two really good ones, but you know.
And I won't kill them.
Yes. What? Why are you thinking about plants in a moment like this?
Oh, I was just thinking it'd be great if we had some aloe vera.
I look at my gloved hand with like blood seeping through the cotton, and I'm like, I can't disagree with that, my dear. You know, Carla, when you passed through the portal to come here to Metropolis, did you see any strange visions, or did anything happen to you that was unusual?
Well, we got chased down that alley by those.
No, I mean right before that.
Yeah, we were in like the pool room, and you were like chanting some weird noises, and and then the things started to glow, and and then we're being chased down that alley.
Excellent. I see.
Did I miss something?
I wouldn't say missed. I had some strange visions when we made the transference into this realm, and I just wondered if perhaps you had something similar. It's fine if not. Not important, I'm sure.
Oh, kind of like that time you did the mushrooms by mistake at that Maplethorpe exhibit?
When in the presence of the pissed Christ, one does have to take communion, Carla.
Yeah, I guess.
It's an art thing.
Yeah. Oh, I'm not very artistic. That's another thing. I mean, I gotta tell you about it. And as she's starting, Nedra comes over and she goes, Mr. Chase, could I possibly lure you away from this no doubt fascinating conversation?
Oh, I am so sorry, my dear. We'll have to pick this up at a later time, and then I will step up. And...
Oh, it's okay.
Yes.
It's fine.
Thank you.
You're good at what you gotta do.
Me. I say to Nedra, I say thank you for rescuing me twice today.
No problem. That's what I'm here for. I'm told you lost something on the way here.
Yes, I lost the radio hypnotic crystal of Professor Elmer Knowles. It is an early edition. It is one of the flat-packed metal editions, not the more valuable glass or the red glass edition, but the metal edition. It's not particularly valuable.
Well, Malkuth is very is very apologetic for you having lost this thing, and she would like you to have this perhaps as a way to make up for it. And she reaches into a bag that she's got next to her on her, and she pulls out this book that she hands to you. It's got this black leather cover with these strange symbols on the front. And as you grab a hold of it, you feel the power that's in it. She says, this is by Abraham Abulafia. He, in between writing his Book of the Sign and the Words of Beauty, he wrote another volume that is long lost, this one. I don't know if you read it, but It is called the Unclean Sephiroth. It details a few rituals that he says were whispered to him over the course of 3 nights by a dark angel who spoke the true tongue. Malcolm recognizes something in you, and she feels that perhaps you would be able to make use of these.
Well, it is good to be recognized. And he holds up the book and he's like, the binding is very tight. No foxing on the exterior covers. I don't see any. This is how old is this? No, let me. Of course, I'll check the indicia. And he looks open and he's just looking at the publisher, like he's looking at the book like someone who's like a book dealer looks at the book. He's not even ready to interface with the content yet. He's just like, shame about the one rubbed corner.
And as you look up from this, Nedra has moved on and has headed over to where Kirsty is. You can, if you want, remove the blackened portion of your character sheet to see what.
Okay, cool.
Kirsty, what is Kirsty doing?
I imagine she's just kind of kicked back in her seat, waiting for everyone to be prepared to move forward.
Nedra comes over to you and she goes, I haven't had the opportunity to take a look at you. Are you wounded, perhaps, or?
She's gonna hold out her hand where the spike had, she had screwed that in. I think it's fine.
Oh no, it's not fine, but she prods around it and pain shoots all the way through your arms. You won't be able to heal this here, unfortunately. You'll have to return to Elysium. In order to do that, the spike in question is something that operates not just on the physical level, but also on the level of the soul. This wound that you have here appears physical, but it's just a representation of it. It's in reality a tear, a wound in your soul. You'll need to return to Elysium in order for it to heal. It shouldn't get too bad. And she pulls out some bandages and a little poultice. She goes, I'll put this on it, and it should prevent it from getting too bad while you're here. But you'll definitely want to return to Elysium as soon as you can in order to allow this to heal. She finishes bandaging it, and it feels a little better, though it still kind of itches a little bit, but it feels a little better. She's like, I'm sorry I can't do much more for this. However, and she looks over her shoulder a little bit and then reaches into her bag and says, this might help take the sting out, and pulls out a little baggie.
Oh. Thank you very much. She kind of like inspects it, flips it away.
It looks very nice. Actually, I'm going to use one of my holds on you.
No.
One of your addiction holds. I'm going to say that the second you get it, with everything that's gone on, it's kind of like you were keeping at bay everything that's kind of happened, but now, like, the second you see, like, all your defenses come crumbling down, and sort of the trauma and like just the craziness of everything that's happened, seeing the doctor just expose himself to this thing ripping into him, the doctor reaching into it, and at first you thought maybe he was trying to, like, you know, pinch the blood or something, but then you realize he was just enjoying feeling inside it. Like, all that kind of comes flooding back, and you start to shake, and you know you gotta go find a little quiet corner and just get, you know.
You kind of see her countenance change. She becomes a little antsy, but before the woman leaves, she does want to add one thing on. And she kind of leans forward and lowers her voice and starts to pull the dress away from her neck a little bit. She says, tell me, is this a tear in my soul? It hasn't stopped bleeding. And it's the cut. She's a cut on her collarbone that I don't think anyone else has seen or knows about, but it's been bleeding since she woke up here.
She takes a look at it and she goes, this looks like a wound that was done by a weapon that comes from this place. Do you know how you received this wound? Were you aware of what made it, or is it just something that appeared?
No idea. It's here when I woke up.
It was definitely made by a weapon that comes from here. It should be able to heal over time here. She kind of prods and, touches it a little bit. And she goes, I have a feeling that it's waiting for something to happen before it closes. Is it, aside from discomfort, is it hampering you? Is it being very problematic, or is it just
No,
an irritant?
just something I wanted some answers on. Another question.
Well, this place is built on them.
Yeah.
I'll make sure they're not paying too much attention to you if you want.
Thanks. She's gonna get up and slip off.
And as Nedra's coming back, Davis Call, who was at the top of the stairs, kind of looking down, goes, someone's coming. And then he kind of lowers himself a little bit and keeps an eye out. And John, you and the others are walking, and you come up to these escalators that, of course, are not working anymore. And you can hear the sounds from upstairs and are kind of dying down sort of very suddenly. And then you hear, is that you, Brianna? Yeah, it's us. All right, come up, but real slow like, hands up. We're not going to take any chances. We've already gotten into some trouble. It's like, it's us, Call, you motherfucker, it's us. And then she starts going up with her hands up. Santorino's just kind of trying to finish cleaning herself off from the vomit. And she's like, Christ, I look like a mess.
We all do.
What
John,
was that?
Did you hear something?
She says, what was that like that we ate, basically? What was that? I knew I shouldn't have gone into human resources.
Still probably not the top 5 worst things you've ever had to deal with, right?
Not even top 10. You climb up the escalator and you find the doctor lying back on a table. You see Octavian and Carla there. Octavian seems to be engrossed in this book that he's holding. Carla is making shadow puppets on the wall with one of the lights that's sticking out on the side. And there's a dark-skinned woman there, and when she speaks, you will recognize the voice of Hera from the computer from the headquarters.
Welcome back to the party, John.
What the hell happened here? I'm gone for... How long was I gone?
A couple hours.
We're just getting to know each other better in this strange new world.
John, No, please.
It's John, Miss Santorino, and one more NPC. Who's the other one?
Yeah, Brianna, the security, the other security officer. There's 2 security guys missing.
Okay. Brianna, did you say her name was?
Yes.
That was all I had.
Took you so long, John.
To be honest with you, I couldn't tell you. We've been wandering around for, a couple hours here? Trying to find y'all?
See on your wandering.
I mean, the city. Whoa. What are you getting at, Doctor?
No. What did you see?
Kirsty's gonna walk up. Oh, go ahead.
No, please. I'm literally Octavian's just like.
Kirsty's gonna walk up from
Hold on 1 second. As you're walking up, Kirsty, just so you're walking up, Nedra will kind of cross your path and she'll just say, he's not a friend.
Tell me something I don't already know. She's gonna walk around her And she's kind of doing one of these as she walks up. Where you been, John? Took you a while to get here.
How long y'all been here? I feel
Long
like there's a lot
enough
of
to know
questions
that
right
you
now.
weren't here.
John was just about to tell us what he's seen on his rambling about. Right, John?
Perfect. She kind of like sits down in a chair, crosses her legs, and sits back. Go on, John. Razzle dazzle us. I'm all ready.
I get the sense y'all may have seen some things too.
I didn't see anything.
I guess I didn't either.
Can I do a check to see who's full of shit?
It's obvious that I was lying. Like, I'm not even. For me,
You're not
you
even
don't
trying to
need-
hide it?
No. It's pretty
Honestly,
obvious.
I think John, as cool as he normally is, I think as y'all are asking these questions, he looks a little rattled.
You can do a read a person if you want, Kirsty. That's your roll plus intuition.
Okay. That's a 16.
16. That's pretty awesome. So you may ask 2 questions.
These are out of character questions, right? Just asking the player.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Eric's already let the cat out of the bag that he's being fucking obvious as all hell.
Yeah. I'm just like, no.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out if John actually saw something, if he's trying to hide something right now.
Yeah, for sure. He absolutely is.
I'm gonna have to call bullshit on that, John. Yeah. You want to share with the class?
Yes, John. If you saw something, it could be helpful to.
Oh, shut
share
up,
it
Octavian. We all know you saw something. It's obvious. It's written across your face. I'm sure the good doctor would love to prattle on about what he saw.
I mean, he's clearly seen something.
I'm seeing it right now, damn it.
Oh my god.
I feel sorry for you, John. If you haven't seen what's all about us here, open your fucking eyes, man. It's beautiful.
John is gonna kind of look around to the group here and just kind of point at the doctor and say, so he's full-blown lost it then.
Yeah, and I look and I point and I'm like, how is this rundown hot topic beautiful?
Octavian, of all of us, I thought for sure you'd be able to see through this thin veil of bullshit to what lies underneath. The beauty of it all, the truth, the purity. Man, look deeper. You'll see it. Perhaps your trinket being lost has affected your senses and
Nedra said that
sensibilities.
I do not need the trinket. And now I'm frustrated because he did have trouble seeing through the veil pretty significantly in the last session. So, like, he's just kind of like pulls out of the conversation for a second and just puts his hand to his head. And he's going to look around and see if indeed he can, like, see through something beautiful beyond the, I don't know, corn t-shirts or whatever that are in the window display at the Hot Topic. Well, I think you're muted, Blake.
Sorry, give me a see through the illusion.
Okay.
So roll plus soul.
Okay. Ooh, I did very well. 20.
With a 20 plus, you perceive things as they truly are, and they look exactly the way they are now, but you are convinced that you are seeing exactly the true nature of the world.
So the true nature of this world.
No, this is the true nature.
Oh, this, and it's a shithole with like zombies in the street and stuff like that. Yeah. Well, I don't like that. I guess Octavian Chase just looks crestfallen. He's just like, it is real. Oh. Reality is an American shopping mall.
It's more than that, Mr. Chase. You'll have to see the rest of the city for that, and there are other places also, Inferno and...
Yes, Nedra talking?
Yeah.
I turn to her and I say, Nedra, is this a safe place, relatively speaking, in this city?
This particular place where we are right now?
Yes.
It is fairly safe for the moment, but were you to return here, you will not find it as such.
Is there anywhere
the city is ever changing?
Is there anywhere that is safe in this realm?
Safe is a matter of perspective, really. What's safe to you may not be safe to somebody else. But there are people who live here and who find a way to do so in relative peace.
Well, let me be perhaps somewhat more direct. I have been perusing this, I must say, very, very tightly bound book for its age. And in it, there appears to be a ritual that I believe could be within my power to master, that when conducted in a safe location, later I can rework the ritual, if you will, and sort of be pulled back to this location. I would have assumed this to be the writings of a madman, like any sort of precipitated writing, ghost writing, if you will. But I have come to believe that much more is possible in the last day. And I believe the ritual would work, but I do not know this realm well enough to know if this would be an appropriate place for us.
Nedra seems to sort of be listening inwards, or like, hearing something that you can't, and then after a moment she says, Malkuth says she will keep it safe for a little while yet.
Well, my appreciation and thanks then to the Lady Malkuth, patron, guardianess.
If you need to enact a ritual, you may wish to do so quickly, as we will be leaving shortly.
I shall prepare while John and the good doctor, and perhaps even Kirsty, share the beautiful visions that they were just talking about that they must have been granted during their transition.
I think
I'll be able to do it with my book.
John was pretty convinced that the conversation had moved on, but the moment the Mr. Chase mentions that, I think you see his hand go for his breast pocket in his jacket, and just not even thinking pulls out that little vial from earlier on, and he goes to open it up and like pour a little bump on his hand, but realize he's out. He's been out.
Oh,
and he just kind of throws it on the ground.
You know what, actually? Octavian Chase has a vial of a pen cap of cocaine in his breast pocket. So he reaches in and he passes by his handsome pocket square and pulls out the pen cap and goes, "Oh, maybe I could be of assistance, my good corporate man."
I think you could. Tell you what, I'll tell you what I saw in exchange for that right there.
Great. I don't touch the stuff.
John will extend out his hand.
And I take my hand and I extend it out as well, as if I was going to hand him something, even though it's not the hand I'm holding the cocaine. And then I go like this. Say on, my good sir.
Look, I don't know what y'all want me to say, okay? I was in a theater. Dracula was dismembering bodies in some podunk antique shop. I can't make heads or tails of it, okay?
Octavian's Chase's face just like is crestfallen. And I don't know if you've got residual, like, try to read person's features thing going on there, creep, but holy moly, it's not subtle. It
I
is
have
not
one
subtle.
question left.
Yeah, I guess you do, right? So I'm just like, when I hear him talking about an antique shop, if for some reason that really seems to be a problem for me.
Interesting, John. I've got a question for everybody. Did anybody else dream of someone else, or was it about themselves and their past?
I go back to my book and I'm just focusing on, oh yes, chapter 3.
Doctor
LeVay is going to pull himself off of the table that he's been kind of laying on and try to sit up a little bit. Yes, I had the most troubling and beautiful dream of myself, John, of my deeds, the things that I've done that have brought me to this place, that have opened my eyes to the reality around us. I can only imagine, and I'm only taking a guess here, John, that this Dracula scene in this strange, what did you say, antique shop?
Yeah,
you don't seem like an antique shop kind of guy to me, but it must have something to do with your history.
must have.
John will look over to Mr. Chase and say, please, come on. Can I have that?
What sort of antique shop?
I don't know what to tell you.
How many bodies?
Oh, this is getting interesting.
No. How many hands?
I think John starts to square up, and as soon as you say that, you kind of watch him deflate a little bit. I think you know damn well what I'm talking about. I think you know.
Appleton, Wisconsin?
Yeah.
Why are you having dreams about Appleton, Wisconsin? Oh, I'm sorry. Got a little clumsy there.
Look, I don't know, okay? I'm sure these visions are someone trying to fuck with us, right?
It's working, John.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Everyone seems a little unhinged now, don't they?
The bullshit, John. You said 3 bodies. How many hands?
How many hands would there have been, Bleak? Would it have been 6?
Well, total
Plus
7
one?
because
7?
3 bodies plus 1. Yeah.
Perfect. 7. And I was the one who took them off, okay?
Now we're getting somewhere.
I'll be having that
Yes.
now, and John will come over and try to take that from...
He just is dumbfounded and doesn't really try to stop you. You can just take it out of his hands, and he's just like, you? Is this in a dream or is this in real life, John? He's a little more composed in his accents again now for some reason.
How do you think I had leverage on you?
I thought it was because you knew I provided the Vox Anima to the good doctor here. And that he used to lobotomize his subjects. In a most shameful experiment, Doctor. A good man does not screw a glass screw into the skulls of the unwitting. Do they sign consent forms there, Doctor?
What you don't understand, Octavian, is that the research worked. I can see that now. It worked.
We shouldn't have given away that cocaine.
John is already taking it.
So you were the one who murdered that family in Appleton, Wisconsin? Do you even know why you were there, John?
If I'm
Real
being
quick,
honest.
before you answer that, I want to use my second question.
Go for it.
And I want to know how you're feeling right now. Like, how is John feeling?
I think John is feeling tremendously defensive, but even more so tremendously guilty.
Okay.
Wow, that's impressive.
And John says, I don't know. Okay. I was sent there by the corporation. It's always been a bit foggy. I think I was going to get a necklace or something.
An amulet, perhaps.
An amulet.
Perhaps it was an amulet known as the Voice of Pain. That was the object that my associate, our one-handed friend Anson, was so covetous of. An amulet that I owned, John. I had the Voice of Pain this whole time. Was it meant to be owned by Emil Arcand, our benefactor? Did he send you there? With instructions to murder a family?
Look,
Or was that just something you decided to do once you were in this so great state of Wisconsin?
I think you watched John kind of break down. Did Emil ask for him to go do that, or was it another? Was that assignment given elsewhere?
Yeah, the way the message was delivered to you and the way you remember things now, it was like one of those straight from the top.
I think John will just say, yeah, I think it was Emil.
Well, I turn to Miss Santorino and I say, Miss Santorino, I certainly hope that in John McIntire's personal file, his resume is on record and that the first bullet point under his name is loyalty.
I believe it is, yes.
Oh, goodness.
One doesn't rise to the level that John has within a company without showing a rather solid streak of loyalty.
So we have, just to be clear, we've got a family murderer, a mad scientist, and a junkie. We should be in great shape to defeat Kether.
And a charlatan. Don't forget the charlatan, Octavian.
Yes, a charlatan. But a charming charlatan, one must admit.
How long did it take you to get so charming, Octavian?
No, surely we have more questions for John. Right, John?
You see John has just found something to kind of almost collapse against. He's like sitting, kind of head in his hands, knees up, back against a wall.
It took as long as it needed to take, my dear. With a little assistance, perhaps, here and there. You see, I have come across a wide variety of objects of arcane and occult interest. Many of them, like the exhibit that I curated for Emil Arcand on the 48th floor, are fakes. What did they call gaffs in the old days? Items used to trick the easily gullible and stupid. But every so often, I came across an item of true power. You cannot tell simply by looking at the item. The most elaborately carved wand may just be a stick of wood, and a uncut gem that looks like a rock you picked up off the beach. That could have powers dating back thousands of years. One never knows. You develop a knack for understanding how to sort through the wheat from the chaff over time, but when I started, I was merely an amateur. And I decided that every object I acquired, starting with my very first object, the metal radio hypnotic crystal of Professor Elmer Knowles, might hold that power. And so, taking the chance, I would place a wish upon every item that came into my possession. I wish for a better life. I wish for nice things. I wish for the trappings of significance and wealth. So how long did it take? Well, quite some time, but perhaps less than it would have taken without an assistance from the invisible world.
Such impressive vanity.
Thank you, Doctor.
You know what I think, Octavian?
Please, tell me. Does it have to do with the right way to cut a line of coke, or what vein to shoot something in?
You can't hurt me with that shit. I've heard it all my life.
Very good. No, please, tell me.
I think you're a fucking gaff. No matter how hard you try, it's still in there. That little fucking worm. And it's eating you up. How long did it take you to see through the veil, Mr. Chase? It was pretty easy for me. Oh, an addict. Doing a little bit better than you, bud.
Perhaps the dulled senses aid in such circumstances.
Enough of this bickering! That none of this will get us to Club Prospero. None of this will get us to what is destined for us.
Right. Well, now that you've all broken the ice, as Davis called, maybe we could look into moving on and getting that done. I don't know about any of you, but whatever weird shit y'all are into, that's your lookout. I just want to get the fuck out of here at this point.
Very well. I have a ritual to conduct that would be of great benefit to myself and my allies.
Well, fucking get it done and let's get a move on.
Very well.
Can you show me where we need to go? It's like, absolutely.
I will assist you, Octavian.
Very good. I could use a surgeon's steady hand. And Octavian starts like unbuttoning his shirt and turning the page of the book to a specific page. I'll need something sharp, a knife, a scalpel, something. A needle, perhaps, my dear. No. No. Something clean, preferably.
Christy pulls out the knife on her.
Oh, shit, I forgot about
and
that.
walks up towards him.
John, that's the knife that you were holding in the play.
I think John clocks it.
Do you need a knife, Mr. Chase?
Just the thing. Perhaps you could give it to the doctor? I just feel like his hands are, my dear,
I'm not giving this to the doctor.
I can literally see your hand shaking right now, and I'm not sure you're the best person to hold the...
Don't worry about it. I'll be fine. You just tell me what I need to do for you, Mr. Chase.
All right. Well, now that I'm sure I'm on the correct page, we will be performing the ritual of opening. I'm going to look at the text of this ritual real quick, like scan the first couple paragraphs or whatever. Do I think it says that I'm supposed to cut myself, but would it be acceptable to let Kirsty cut me instead? God help me. Or is it important ritual?
You'd think that it's just your blood is what's important. It has to be blood from the legend. How it gets there, not too
Boy, do I really not want to do what is about to happen next. But I am on my knees with the book in front of me, my expensive light blue silk shirt open down to my belt, essentially. Octavian Chase, not particularly fit, but not unhealthy either, just kind of your standard skinny British guy. nerd. And he pulls aside his shirt to reveal his left breast, and he says, "The ritual requires that an incision be made here, right above my heart, 1.5 inches in length, parallel to my shoulders, above the heart here. So it should be right here." And he points at the spot, and he says, "When I signal
Down
you,
a bit. From there, down.
Okay, down a bit. When I signal you, I need you to. I need you to cut my chest. Ideally, an incision of only 1/2 inch, and it does not need to be particularly deep.
It's got you so rattled, Octavian.
Mind the shirt, it is an Armani.
Oh. It'll be
That's
my
good.
fucking pleasure, Dr. Chase.
I thought you might appreciate your role in the thing. Don't worry about calling me doctor. It is a common misconception.
God damn it. We can't go an episode without it.
All right, so then I do my best to enact the ritual, and I will signal, God help me, Kirsty with the knife to make a incision above my heart. And you know what would really, really help for this upcoming roll is if I had an advantage. How does one get advantages in this game?
You
again?
have one. Creature
good!
Creature bought all of us an advantage except for John.
Creature, you're part of the ritual too.
It was during the thing where Emil was telling you to kill me, and you were like, "Yes, sir, yes."
Oh, Creature, thank you so much.
I'll remember this.
So clutch.
So you can also get help from the doctor. So you can start with what will you be rolling, Eric? What's the attribute you're rolling?
I'm assuming that this being a ritual is a dabbler in the occult roll.
Yeah. So what's
that's a soul ritual.
Right.
So I'll be getting a +3.
The doctor can make a roll on his soul also, and possibly give you some help with that.
Okay. And how about Kirsty? Does she have any help in participating in the ritual?
Kirsty's going to have her own problems.
Okay, fair enough. She comes from the land of holds. All right.
No.
The doctor
could be real bad for me.
The doctor is there kind of helping you, telling her where to cut and sort of how to do it. So go ahead, Dave, and make a roll plus soul.
Six.
Oh, no. Are you using your advantage, Eric?
He's just enough of an asshole that when he's like, move it, and he's like trying to get the heart, like it's like finally revenge for me blackmailing him all those years ago.
So go ahead, Eric, and make your roll.
I would like to use my advantage, of course.
Okay.
Perfect, go for it. You get fucking nothing from the good doctors.
What else is new? Ooh. Actually, that might be just good enough. I got a 16.
Yeah, so that's perfectly fine. So you will perform every step correctly. The ritual will work as intended, and basically, I'll get to that in a minute.
Okay.
Kirsty, my dear, as you go to cut the doctor, I'm going to need you to do a keep it together roll.
Oh God!
You remember that you're at -2 penalty. One because you're at a need. One because you're at you're at distressed, so you're at
-2 disadvantage.
Yeah.
Yep. Here we go. Godspeed, Mr. Chase.
Godspeed to us all.
I actually rolled well. You're lucky. So that is a 14 for me.
All right. So, I will say, you get to choose. You can either pick one. You can either lose one stability. You can become distracted.
Me?
Yeah. You can become angry, sad, scared, or guilt-ridden.
I'm going to say I become distracted because while they're like prattling on about this ritual, I'm just kind of standing there like holding the knife, staring at it. And the more I look at the knife, I'm like, I could utilize this. And she's like pulling out the baggie and like just does a bump off the knife real quick.
Oh my God. I am in mid-ritual and I can't stop it. So I just look at her and I'm like,
and as you cut into him, as soon as the blade cuts into his flesh and the blood starts to well out, Kirsty, you are assaulted by a bunch of images. You remember very quickly the incident where you got the knife first when you were assaulted by Babylon in the air vent, and before you plunged the knife into his throat. But then you get another quick flash in your mind, and you're much younger, and there's something going on. It's very hard to say sort of what's going on, but there's a cut that comes across your shoulder, and you realize that it's not your shoulder that gets cut. There's somebody else. But then you can see as you're cutting him that the cut that you're doing on him is very similar to the one that's on your collarbone. It's got the same kind of, little V shape into it and going into his flesh. And as you pull back from him, having done what you were supposed to do, and his blood starts sort of welling up, you realize that this is the knife that did that cut that you have on your collarbone.
I kind of suspected this after they were describing this ritual. I was like, sounds real familiar.
Unfortunately, with the good doctor's help, you managed to cut Octavian correctly, sort of where you're supposed to cut him. I'll keep my move for a little bit. So I get a move on that. I'll keep that for no. I just got a really twisted idea. So I'm going to keep that move. So everything appears to be perfectly fine as your blood
totally normal
drips down your chest, and the second it hits the ground, you can see where Octavian had drawn different symbols on the ground. This line of sort of reddish light kind of shoots out and connects all these different little images, and it glows brightly, and there's kind of this circle with like occult engravings or markings around it, and it shines brightly, and then it sort of disappears, and it looks like cinders on the ground, that like if there was like a fire that had been there in this shape, and the ground appears just burnt, and you get the sense, you feel connected to this place, Octavian, and it's kind of like, it feels, like you could drive here with your eyes closed. That's kind of the feeling, when you know how to get somewhere really well, like that's what it feels like.
Nice.
And so you know that the ritual worked.
I look up and I say...
Let me make a little note for myself.
I look up and I say to Kirsty and I say, "Thank you, my dear. The ritual was a success." And I turn to the doctor and I say, "Doctor?"
Davian.
Oh, thank you for your help as well.
You notice that when you look up to Kirsty after she's cut you, that like there's a moment where she's just completely disassociated and like she's not there for a minute, and then your voice kind of comes creeping in to the back, and whatever, Mr. Chase, and she just kind of like wanders off from you, staring at the knife.
You did feel, Chase, when she cut you, you felt the power in the knife. That knife is obviously an arcane artifact.
Interesting.
Are you okay, Mr. Chase? And Carla's there, and she's got a little Band-Aid, like a little Mickey Mouse Band-Aid, and she's kind of trying to close the
Yes, yes, Carla, right there. Very nice.
Oh, I forgot, and then she reaches into her bag, and then she comes out with the rubbing alcohol and sort of splashes it all over. Staying a little bit, and then she kind of pats it down, puts a couple of Mickey Mouse Band-Aids on it. Those are my last 2 Band-Aids. You can't be getting cut like that anymore.
Carla, do me a favor. When we get out of this, can you buy
more Band-Aids?
Yes, but just the plain cloth adhesive strip, perhaps not a licensed character, particularly not an American licensed character.
Oh, okay. Okay, sure. Fine.
Beware of 2 things in life, Carla. An art collector with no money and an adult fan of Walt Disney.
I love Walt Disney.
Well, you've still got a couple of years yet till you count as an adult, so the time is ripe.
Mm-hmm.
No, I walk away from
Only
it.
someone with a piece of coal as a heart could not love Walt Disney. She walks away.
Sort of heard that, but I just roll my eyes.
All right, if you're all done cutting each other and taking bumps, can we maybe... here?
We're doing both at the fucking same time, Creep. Thanks a lot for that. That was the most harrowing thing in this entire campaign so far for me.
You feel a little jazzier than usual? Because I was like, the tip just right into it.
Left on it. My heart is racing.
As the lot of you start picking up your stuff and getting ready to leave, Nedra comes to you, Doctor. And she says... I don't know what she says. She says, I have it here somewhere. She comes up to you and she takes your hand and she says, Doctor, Malkuth has chosen you and you're close, Doctor. So very close. The truth awaits you. But first you have to see, Doctor. You have to really look and you have to see. And as she does that, she slips the Vox Anima that she took off of Kirsty during that hole that I played on her earlier and slips it into your hand. You'll know when the time's right. You're also muted.
I'm muted?
No.
Not anymore.
Thank you, Nedra.
So she will then lead the rest of you through the city towards the address that you've given her for the club. When you walk in there, you see all sorts of strange sights as you're walking through the city. You're not attacked again or anything like that. You have Davis and Brianna sort of, one at each end with, keeping an eye out, and Nedra leading you through the city streets. You eventually come to an alley. You're walking down along this alley at the end of a dark alley that feels like the prototypical alley on which every other alley where something terrible happens is based on. There's a flashing neon sign that reads simply Prospero's. As Carla's outburst the other day reminded you, Prospero is the name of the prince in Poe's Mask of the Red Death, who summons his closest friends to hide away in his castle, partying while the countryside is decimated by a red plague.
And as I reminded Carla, Prospero is the lead character in Shakespeare's The Tempest, who is also something of a wizard himself.
Something of a wizard. At least there was one in that story. The story, if you recall correctly, is about how none may escape their fate, especially if that fate is death.
Oh, The
You can't help but think of... Sorry?
The Tempest had a more uplifting story.
You can't help but think of Archon, who built his own castle and summoned his own closest allies there in the hopes of escaping the fate that is every mortal man's, woman's, child's, or otherwise. As you come closer to the club's entrance, trying not to notice the constant movement amid the shadows lining the walls of the tall, dark buildings surrounding you, and trying not to think too much about exactly what is that wetness that covers the concrete, you feel as if you are sinking ever deeper into madness and revelation, Laughter, wicked and cruel, emanates from a nearby window, too grimy to see through except for moving shadows. There, a pile of rusted chains, hooks and blades lay discarded. For a moment, you think you see a child playing among them, but he's quickly gone. On the walls of the buildings, graffiti come to life, transforming into mosaics. Images so disturbing that your mind shuts down right away and you see only abstract shapes. A woman leans against a wall, someone else kneeling before her, head buried between her thighs. She looks straight at you as she climaxes. Her partner pulls back to lap at the effluvium, which drips in long, yellow, syrupy tendrils to the floor. When you see his face, he's clearly not human, and his long, prehensile tongue laps at the alley floor. Something moves in a pile of trash, and you hear your name being whispered. Nearby, a priest is shooting up, his arm lined with sickly black veins. You see, on a nearby wall, a missing poster. The picture is that of a childhood friend. Dark, disjointed jazz music fills the air, punctuated by the buzzing of flies. You approach the club. Inside, the club feels like a place between other places, a time and space that exists nowhere yet everywhere at once. The lights are dimmed low, and the people gathered here hide in shadowed corners, wet eyes glaring at you from the darkness. It's not so much that you feel like prey, but that you don't belong, like waking up in someone else's grave. The air is thick with the smell of alcohol and smoke, and as you take a seat at one of the tables, a cocktail waitress comes to you. She wears a gothic corset and a layered dress, and a mask over her face. Only as she approaches, you realize it's not a mask, but rather the skin has been peeled from around her eyes, over her nose, exposing what appears to be serpent scales beneath. She smiles at you, and her smile is that of someone who knows you're committing a grave mistake, but can't be talked out of it. "Well, kittens," she says, "what'll it be?"
Something strong.
That's all we serve here, honey.
Perhaps an absinthe-based cocktail would be in order, given the circumstances.
Is the special here tonight, dear?
Sorry, repeat that, please, Dave.
What is the special here tonight, my dear?
Whatever you want it to be. Anything that tickles your fancy, handsome?
Yes. Yes. One of the elder bourbons on the menu. Neat.
A connoisseur. Very well.
Make that two, John says.
A follower.
Bourbon man himself.
A follower. Very well.
I have a different idea. You say anything.
That's right, sugar.
When I was a child, there was a flavor of a soda, cherry tango, and it's discontinued now. You can't get it anywhere, but I would like a cherry tango.
It's not discontinued here, and it's my favorite drink, too.
Ah, then you too are a connoisseur of tango.
She looks at Carla. I'll have a Diet Coke.
Carla, they can get you anything. You're certain you'd want a Diet Coke?
I've been dying for one. We haven't had a Diet Coke since yesterday. Was it yesterday? Like a lifetime ago. Yeah.
Wait.
Need my DC.
Yeah. You said there were no Diet Cokes in the... No, never mind.
I meant Coke Zero. Busy.
Common misconception.
Looking at some of the strange people in this place. Eventually, she returns with your drinks, sets them in front of you. The bourbon is so old that it barely registers as bourbon. It's something that was undoubtedly made in some guy's backyard somewhere in Tennessee in a still lined with someone's dirty underwear or something like that. It tastes fucking amazing.
Nice.
Spoken like a true whiskey connoisseur. It's got this beautiful taste of old Band-Aid. It's just so glorious.
Can I get you all anything else, or?
Did she bring me a cherry tango?
You totally did.
I've had this since 1986.
She's like, I didn't know if you wanted to ask him in it or not, but if you want some, I can put some in.
Oh, no. No, thank you.
And a Diet Coke. Kali seems very happy with her Diet Coke. And you get something very fucking strong, Kirsty. You have no clue what it is, but when you drink it,
It's like drinking gasoline.
cleanses you.
Let the cleansing begin.
Right. Anything else I can get y'all? What, you didn't just come here for a drink, did you? Maybe you did.
I'm not exactly sure. This is Eric out of character at this point, but I'm not. What are we specifically here at Prospero's?
Apparently, the way to get into Kether's Citadel
Okay.
is through here somehow.
Okay. This is a very nice dining room, but we were hoping for something a little more ostentatious, like the type of place where a great lord or even an angel might reside. And we heard that one of the doors in this place leads to such a room.
Ah, true connoisseurs then. They'll give me just a minute. She leaves, and eventually she comes back with a little tray as you're about halfway through your drinks. And she puts the tray down on the table, and you see a number of keys on the tray. Each is a different color. Each of them has a little tag next to it that says something about the key, or perhaps what it opens. You're not too sure. But as soon as they're set down in front of you, there is one that seems to call out to you, or one each, and in this case, that seems to sort of call out to you very specifically. There is one that appears to have a red gem encrusted in it that calls to you, Kirsty. One has a amber gem in it, and Doctor, you have eyes only for it. John, you see one with this dark purple gem in it, purple that at its core almost looks black and empty. And Mr. Chase, you notice a yellow key that, for reasons you can't explain, draws your eye more than the others.
How many keys are on the plate?
There are 7 keys total.
I look over to see if Carla seems to be eyeing a particular key.
Carla's drinking her Diet Coke.
She's not even paying attention. Okay, good. Good girl.
Doctor will reach forward and take the key with the amber gem on it. Without
Anybody else?
hesitation.
John will reach forward, take the violet key, and say, and a refill, please. He's been drinking a little bit faster than maybe he should.
He would when he...
Octavian Chase reaches out and takes the yellow key.
Kirsty, when you take the red key, you see the little tag that's attached to it. It says, pain, or the memory of pain, erases all other care until only a void is left. That void, once cleansed by pain, is then open to all opportunities and will seek to fill itself with knowledge. All knowledge, knowledge of self and of others, knowledge hidden in secret. Pain is knowledge. It is a boon, then, that pain can also often come with pleasure. Doctor, when you pick up the marigold key, it says, warmth comes from the light, from the sun, from the bodies and souls of others. To bask in that warmth, to break down icy barriers that divide, you must give yourself over to the light. Only in the embrace of the warmest light can you truly commune and be one with those around you and the vast greatness and eternal graces of your God, and in turn, achieve your own godhood. John, the violet key says, there once was a king, olive purple clothed. The king, upon the suffering of his subjects, took what he wanted. One day his subjects had enough, and they got together and made a plan, and stormed the castle, and with a decisive stroke took off the king's head. A kingdom created brings suffering to the subjects. A kingdom destroyed brings freedom. This a sage knows. Abnegation without and within is the true path forward. This too the sage knows. Contemplate the void. Only nothingness brings wisdom.
I think while John's waiting for his refill, he kind of holds that message in his hand and reads it a couple of times, kind of twiddling it between his fingers.
The yellow key reads, the mask of self-deception was no longer a mask for me. It was a part of me. Night lifted it, laying bare the stifled truth below. But there was no one to see except myself, and when day broke, the mask fell back again of its own accord. As you contemplate your keys, the waitress says, after refilling your drinks, whenever y'all are ready, you simply go through the doors in the back there, and someone will guide you to where you need to go. Best of luck.
Very well. Carla, I guess you're with me, with the yellow key.
Hmm?
Oh, my dear, we're going to be going to a different room, and you'll be accompanying me with this.
Oh.
I don't know if we're all going to the same room or different rooms. We'll have different keys.
Okay.
Did you not notice the platter of keys that were just arrayed in front
I
of us?
thought they were hors d'oeuvres. No, they are keys. You know, this place is dead anyways. Reminds me of this party I went to in the Hollywood Hills once. She goes on in a little boring story.
Once I realized there were no real celebrities at her party, I completely tune out her story.
No, it was just her cousin, Billy
Yeah.
Ray. And a
I
couple
think
of
I've heard this story before.
Yeah. It doesn't end well. Eventually, the lot of you then will grab your keys and make your way to the back room. You will find a woman behind the desk who will, as you approach, nod at you and say also, best of luck to you, and will guide you to a room, a circular room, where there are a number of doors, each of the colors matching the keys, and otherwise none different from the other. And leave you there. The doors don't have any handles. There's just one kind of old-fashioned keyhole right in the middle of each door.
I guess this is goodbye, my friends, then. I would say good luck to you, but there's no luck here. This is not by chance that we found ourselves on the precipice of discovery.
You think this is the end? You do not think we will emerge in the same place, at least eventually?
Do not know, Octavian.
I find it odd that we're all going to the same place through different doors.
Well,
yeah, maybe we should take the same door. And John kind of eyes Kirsty.
Why would you want to go through my door, John? You have your own key.
I must say my key seems particularly keyed to me. I just picked it because I thought the color looked appealing, but once I read the tag, let's just say it rang true.
Are you afraid, John, of what might lie behind your door? Please, at this point in the journey, you're still scared.
John doesn't say anything else. He walks up to a door, inserts the key, and turns it.
I turn to the doctor and I'm like, very impressive manipulation, doctor.
We all have our role to play, Octavian. Good luck with yours.
I'm afraid, my good sir, I am well accomplished at juggling multiple roles at once. And I'm going to go to a door and I'm going to open my door.
Everyone does so, or?
Kirsty goes to her door and she looks back down at the key and she reads what was said on it again. And she's kind of digesting this. She doesn't really quite understand it, but she knows that she needs to get to her sister soon and she feels that this is the only way. And after a little bit of quiet contemplation, she kind of looks back to see everyone else either standing there or disappearing into their own rooms, and she'll go ahead and put in the key and make her way through.
You insert the key in the lock, you find that it goes in very smoothly, and the action of the lock is very smooth also, as if it's been maintained really, really, really well by someone who cares. And you turn the key and the door opens. Good doctor, then. As you open the door and step through, you are in this cavernous room, the floor of which is lined with people. And in this room, there's a giant ball of warm amber light that sits high in the sky. The warmth you feel from it goes past your skin, down into your bones and into your soul. Here and there, people lie recumbent, basking in this glow, worshipping this god in languorous movements and blank stares. Do you wish to get closer?
Yes, indeed. The doctor moves forward slowly, peeling off layers of his clothing as he does.
As you remove your clothing and step closer to this light, you find it's getting hot, very hot. In fact, you find that your skin is beginning to melt. There's no pain. The heat is such that your flesh begins to flow like melted wax, sloughing off your muscles in thick folds and rivulets. You are exposed, laid bare for this light that now shines down upon you. Beneath its unblinking stare, you continue to reveal yourself. At your shoulder, where you were wounded, you find the tip of a piece of thread poking out between two strands of muscles. Do you wish to pull on it?
I'll pull on it.
As you begin to pull on it, it begins to unravel, opening up a long suture. You pull and you pull, the string becoming a long vein in your hands. As you pull, your muscles and nerves and vascular system begin to unravel. Do you continue pulling?
Yes. Yes, faster.
You pull and pull, the remainders of your body dropping to the floor. The people who were basking in the glow of the god are now at your feet. With greedy, needy, trembling hands, they reach out to the pieces of you that have fallen to the floor, your flesh and muscle and veins. They begin to feast on them, swallowing pieces whole. Do you let them?
Yes. Feast upon my flesh.
As they do, you feel a new power growing in you. They look at you differently now. They look at you with reverence, with need, with subservience. They look at you as they once looked at the glowing ball. You look down now, realizing how high above them you are. The last remnants of your physical body fall away, pieces of bones that rain down on your worshippers. They grab them and make jewelry out of them, or suck on them, pierce their flesh with them, venerate them. They call your name in supplication, in anger, in vain. Many pleasure themselves while imagining your ghostly form penetrating them. Others fear you, or make others subservient to them in your name. And now you realize this is not a dream or a fantasy. This is a memory from long ago. You glow bright with deific light, held afloat by their belief. Had you a body, you would feel a third eye open in your skull, and with that eye, you finally see the truth.
And it is beautiful. I am home. I look at the people. Are they like sort of like coming towards me? Or are they congregating closer and amassing?
You're above them now, and they're just on their knees, kind of in a circle at the ground, just sort of.
In my memory of this past, do I recognize their actions as something that gives me like pride and power? Something that is a gift bequeathed upon me, or something entirely different?
You feel that you found something that you lost long ago. You feel that this is just right. This is the natural order of the world, that somehow it's been taken from you and from the others like you. You realize that there is a divinity deep inside you and inside others like you, inside human beings, that's been denied you for a long while. You feel that perhaps it's time to reclaim it.
I'm going to focus as hard as I can as I see these people in various states of worship and ecstasy and horror and pain and love, and I'm going to shine as bright as I can to almost like blast this voluminous hall with light.
And you find that you can without any effort whatsoever. The power that's contained inside of you is beyond anything you could measure. But then slowly, you feel it constricting again. You feel the walls of the illusion start to build up around you again. You feel the people look away from you. You feel...
Look at me!
Your power diminish. You feel presence of several beings around you building these walls around you like a cage. Suddenly you're trapped and you're just a doctor again. But now you know the truth.
I have seen the truth, and I will find my way there.
Meanwhile, in the violet room, John, you walk into this room that is all purple. You see people gathered inside. The room is purple. There's a large purple bed in one corner. There's a purple dresser in the other. The people here are obviously people of means, status, and power. You see oligarchs, you see corporate magnates, you see bankers, nobles, royals, the very elite of the world. There's a long buffet table set up in one corner, laden with foods of all sorts, and these people stand around gorging themselves, only stopping occasionally to take a drink or wine or to vomit copiously on the floor before resuming to eat. You notice that the table is held aloft by 4 kneeling servants. The chairs some of the elites sit in are also, you now realize, nude servants folded and tied with lacerating ropes together in the forms of chairs. Occasionally, other servants bring in other victims, holding them on the table amidst the food and the vomit, while the nobles and the politicians and the clergymen take turn abusing them. You find that you're not shocked at seeing this. You realize you've seen this all your life. You've just chosen to accept it. But as you gaze upon this scene, you now realize something else. The real secret is in that dresser.
John will approach the dresser. And if
As
there's
you
anyone in
approach-
his way, he'll just push him.
Well, as you approach, there's a servant that kind of rushes forward and sort of very obsequiously like opens the dresser for you and is sort of like just kind of ready and accepting to receive whatever blow or punishment you want to give him.
I think John will, his hand will come up and he'll put it on the shoulder of the servant and just kind of tap in a reassuring way, and then look into the drawer.
As you step in, you're reminded of a saying you heard somewhere else. You can't quite put your finger on, and you're not even sure if you remember it correctly, but it went something along the lines of, it was about nations, and it said, any nation that puts self-preservation ahead of danger is a nation that accepts servitude, accepts a master, and deserves one. You step through into this dresser, you see a hallway. It's triangular, it's lined with purple lights, and the triangles are all at odd different angles. You realize that to crawl through it, you're going to have to get on your hands and knees.
Nothing new there. John will get on his hands and knees and start crawling.
This tunnel leads to another tunnel and another tunnel and another tunnel, and as you go, the tunnel gets increasingly smaller, and there's a sense of expectation that's growing in you. And just as you're almost at a point where you're crawling on your stomach and kind of trying to get to, you realize you've gotten to the end of it, and there's a door there.
John will push open the door.
Inside this room are two mirrors and the plant. The plant is at the corner of a room, and there's a mirror on each side. Above each mirror is a purple neon tube. The plant is growing there between these two mirrors, and nearby there's a watering can and a pair of shears.
John will look in each of the mirrors. Does the plant look different in either of them?
The plant looks the same. You, however, in one mirror, your reflection appears regal, dressed in a finely tailored suit, an expensive haircut, a watch that cost more than the lives of those who made it. In the other mirror, you appear quite different, beastly, with deformed features, long arms that end in claws dripping with blood. In each mirror, you see the reflection of the other mirror, and this is repeated ad nauseum. No end in sight, except that in every reflection, you grow more beastly and brutish. As you stare at these reflections, you feel a growing void inside of you, a hole that is growing in intensity and darkness and depth and in hunger.
So in one mirror, there's the beastly form growing more and more beastly. In the other, there's the more regal form also growing more and more.
No, staying exactly the same throughout.
I think John will look to the bestial form and kind of put one hand up to the mirror where his fingers might touch the claws extended on the hand of the form he sees, and the other hand just looking at the gun. Any kind of interaction at that point?
Mirror mimics your movement.
I think John will look to the watering can and the shears also in the room.
Lying right there on the floor next to the plant.
He'll pick up the watering can. Does the plant appear as though it's been watered recently?
It doesn't seem to be on the verge of dying, but I probably could use a little perking up.
Okay. John will take a few moments to steady himself, to calm himself, and in this strange place, tend to this plant.
You start to water it. As soon as the water touches it, it starts to wither where the water touches it. The leaves grow yellow and dry and kind of curl up, and the stems start to soften up and sort of bend over, and the earth becomes dry and cracked.
John says, no. He'll take the shears, and as leaves are turning yellow, he'll try to chop them off one by one, growing more and more frenzied.
Cut them off, the plant starts to bleed. You see blood pouring out of it wherever you make a cut, but as you're cutting it, you can see that you're saving parts of it, and the withering stops where you cut it, but it keeps on bleeding.
John will kind of just say to himself, this is what I do. And he'll... Can he continue to cut it with the shears to attempt to save what he can?
You continue to cut it, and you cut, and you cut, and you cut, and there always seems to be just a little bit more of a trim, a little bit more of a cut that needs to be done, and by the end you realize you're left with almost nothing. There's barely a stem left, maybe a few tiny little things. They look fairly healthy, but you realize you've pruned off most of it.
I think in a fit of rage, John will kick the plant.
You kick the plant, and the pot shatters, and parts of it fly off, and parts of it fly towards one of the mirrors and hit the neon tube, and it explodes, and half the room is dropped into darkness, total darkness, as if there's nothing there.
Feeling that void inside himself, John will step forward toward that darkness, toward that void. If he extends a hand into it, is there any feeling whatsoever?
You put your hand in it, you don't feel your hand anymore. It's literally as if it's been cut off, as if you had taken the shears and chopped off your hand exactly where it had gone into the darkness.
If I pull my hand back out,
it comes back out looking perfectly normal, and you feel a kind of sense of disappointment and sadness, as if you had just given up something. Peace, maybe.
John will look to that other neon tube and take a shot at it with the gun.
As the bullet shatters the neon tube, for a moment the light remains longer than it should, as the light has already been shattered, and you watch almost in slow motion as the pieces of the neon tube slowly come down, and through this sort of purple curtain, or shimmering purple curtain that comes down, you see yourself as you are right now in that mirror, and then everything is completely black, and you don't feel anything anymore. Meanwhile, in the yellow room, at the end of a long yellow corridor, you see a set of steps. The corridor leading to them is in the form of a keyhole. At the top of the stairs, you see an egg-shaped opening. You wish to climb up there and look through the opening.
The only path seems to be forward, so yes,
You walk up the stairs and lean down and look through the opening, and you see a long yellow corridor, a set of steps. The corridor leading to them is in the form of a keyhole, and at the top of the stairs you see an egg-shaped opening. Do you wish to climb up there and look through the...
Yes, of course, yes.
You climb up there and look down into the opening, and you see a long yellow corridor and a set of steps. The corridor leading to them is in the form of a keyhole, and at the top of the stairs you see an egg-shaped opening. Do you wish to climb up there and look through the opening?
I'm going to look behind me right now and see what I see.
When you turn and look around, you see a long yellow corridor and a set of steps. The corridor leading to them is in the form of a keyhole, and at the top of the stairs you see an egg-shaped opening. Do you wish to climb up there and look through the opening?
Carla, do you see any... Is Carla with me?
Carla is not there.
I absent-mindedly reach for my breast pocket where once was held the radio hypnotic crystal of Professor Elmer Knowles. It's not there, and I remember that the power is within me now, so I put my hand to my temple and I attempt to concentrate and see if I can pierce the veil of reality through what must be an illusion of an endless corridor.
You look up at that egg-shaped opening, and for a moment it seems two-dimensional and flat.
All right, I will ascend the stairs right to the threshold of the door. And I kind of close my eyes and remembering the mystical words of Sir Edward Bulwer-Lytton in the famous occult novel Zanoni. I say, I am the dweller on the threshold. And I reach out and attempt to open a door that I cannot physically see.
When you reach out, your hand wraps around the egg, and it's thin and feels cold, perhaps like glass, and you realize you can put your hands around both sides of it, and it jiggles a little bit when you...
Now with my hands physically touching this unseen object, I again try to concentrate, reach out, channel as if through the radio hypnotic crystal of Professor Elmer Knowles, but I instead sort of try to draw energy or something from the door, and I'm just trying to better perceive what it is that I've got my hands around.
So as you're doing that and sort of shaken with the effort, the egg comes off, and you realize you're holding a mirror in the shape of an egg. And you can move it around as it's come off, and you can see brackets that were holding it sort of loosely at the top of the stairs.
First things first, as a narcissist, I look at myself in the mirror and make sure that my visage is still
look
as
in the
handsome as ever.
mirror, you see a long yellow corridor and a set of steps. The corridor leading to them is in the form of a keyhole. And at the top of the stairs, you see an egg-shaped opening.
But I'm holding the egg in my hand, yeah?
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to just kind of turn the thing around, make sure there's no openings or hatches or anything on the egg.
No, it's just like a flat piece of mirror.
Oh, it's flat, so it's like in an ovular shape, basically.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. And is it roughly the same size as the egg-shaped thing I can normally see?
Yeah, you're kind of sort of holding it this way, like it would be big enough for you to kind of scooch in if you wanted, but it's obviously a mirror. There's no hole.
I believe for a moment with every ounce of self-deception and self-involvement that I have, and I'm going to attempt to put my hand through the mirror that I'm holding right now.
When you do that, your hand goes tonk, tonk, tonk.
Yeah. I holding with one hand this door-shaped or whatever, this egg-shaped mirror. I then am going to reach out, attempting to perceive the mirror, I guess, in front of me, or what's in the door hole once I took out the The mirror.
In the mirror or where it was?
No, where it was.
It's just a bracket that was holding it up.
I reach my hand through the bracket. Is there anything?
No, it's kind of shoddy construction. Someone's been cutting corners.
Is there a wall there then, or is it?
Well, there's kind of like a pole, so the stairs kind of lead up, and there's like a straight pole, and then the bracket's there, and this pole is kind of embedded in the stairs, and that's what was holding the mirror up.
Okay, but is there a wall behind the pole, or
There's
is
like a little bit of a space, and then the room kind of curves around, and there's a.
I'm going to kind of stick my head in and look around the curve.
Nothing middle-end.
It doesn't lead to a passageway or anything. It's just like a little alcove or something.
Yeah.
All right, give me 2 seconds, please. I want to look at something on my character sheet. I am going to attempt to perform a ritual of sanctity from the book of Abraham Abufia. And that is
through it, you reach for this ritual, you realize it's kind of evanescent, like you can't wrap your mind around it. It's just kind of tantalizingly there, but you can't quite reach for it.
I say, the great Octavian Chase seeks audience with the almighty Kether. And then I'm gonna attempt to step into the alcove.
There's no real room for you. It's kind of like, it's kind of like.
I know, but I'm doing it with confidence.
Steps, and then it's just there, and you try to step in, and you kind of get stuck, and your foot's kind of stuck in there. And now you're holding this mirror in one hand, and you're kind of trying to put.
All right, I carefully set the mirror on the floor, and I'm gonna try to experiment with this pole that was holding it. You said it was of shoddy construction. Do I think I could pull it out?
As soon as you put the mirror down, it starts sliding slowly. And it starts going down the stairs, and you watch it kind of bounce a little bit as it hits each and every stair. And every time it bounces, you feel like a sharp pain somewhere on your body. And just as it's about to hit the last one, it hits and it shatters into 100 pieces. And as it does, your body shatters, and you feel pain cutting through every inch of you. In pain, you just yell and scream and start falling down the stairs, and you bang, roll down the stairs, hitting each and every one like the mirror did just before you, and you land on the ground like this, facing the shards of the mirror. You can see your blood kind of dripping down on it. However, when you look into the shards, in each and every one of them, you see Phineas. He looks small and weak and pitiful, so much less than you are now.
I look at little Phineas in the mirror and I say, the source of my infernal clumsiness. Hello, Phineas! And I address the reflections.
When you speak, you can see that he's moving his mouth sort of in the same shape as you, as if he's saying the same things you are, but you don't hear anything. But it's like 100 little Phineases just staring back at you.
I look and I say, this is a window into the past. I seek a path to the future, not Phineas Thneed, Octavian Chase. And I concentrate on trying to make the image look like I actually look rather than that old wretched.
And it does. The image of Phineas fades, and now you see yourself reflected 100 times over, cuts everywhere, your hair is askew, your pocket square is gone, your clothes are ripped and just stained and dirty, as you see yourself in this reflection looking very weak and miserable and small.
So the version, this is like my internal thinking, and I'm thinking, the version of myself that I have created, with or without outside assistance on behalf of Supernatural, is still small, like Phineas Need the day I first discovered my first artifact. Everything, the trappings of wealth, the sophistication of the upper class, all of this has not made the inner me bigger after everything that I have done. And I want to concentrate, and I don't even know where this is going to lead right now, but I want to concentrate on if Octavian Chase was an evolution and an improvement on Phineas Need. Looking at my bruised, cut face in the mirror, I want to envision in my mind's eye what an evolution of Octavian Chase might look like in my mind's eye.
As you focus on that, the images in the mirror fade away and become just black, and you feel a bit of a breeze come over and just sort of move your hair a little bit over your ear.
I'm going to look behind and see if there's a source of the breeze.
When you look, you see a long yellow corridor. You see a set of steps at the other end. The corridor leading to them is in the form of a keyhole, and at the top of the stairs you see a black egg-shaped opening. Do you wish to climb up there and look through the opening?
Was it black before?
No,
Fuck yeah, I do.
Like
I don't just want to go up the stairs, Bleak. I want to ascend them. And I walk up with my hands out like,
When
and by the way, I fucking take off my gloves and I walk
nice.
up with my hands and I'm like,
And as you walk up, when you arrive at the top, you can see that it is in fact an opening that you can step through. This egg-shaped opening that you can step through.
I step through it with pride and sense of purpose.
When you step through it on the other side, you see a mirror. You look at yourself in it. It's still you, but somehow it's a little better, perhaps a little bit more powerful. The clothes are a little bit nicer. The better. There's a dark grimoire in your hand. There's magical power that courses through you. It's you, but better. But you get the sense that you're being judged and that this is not a given yet. As you look in the mirror, you see that your hands are now normal looking. Then there's a revelation. You see in the mirror an image, a man with a prosthetic hand. He's fatter and he's got thinning hair and he wears kind of a cheap suit, but it's definitely Anson. He's standing for a photo with what appears to be a bunch of sad-looking patients and some nurses in a palm tree-lined garden near the Pacific Ocean. You notice among the patients, Kirsty is there. You hear a voice that says, "Shed all remains of your past and find yourself anew."
All right.
Meanwhile,
I hope you're nervous.
A bit.
as you approach the door, Kirsty, you notice there's a sign above it. It says, "Excess of joy weeps, excess of sorrow laughs." You walk in, the smell of opiates and aroused bodies washes over you as you open the door. Next come the sounds, moans of pain and shrieks of pleasure that merge with each other until they become indistinguishable one from the other. They emerge from several alcoves lining this room, which itself is entirely red, the red of blood, the red of power, the red of sex, but most of the action is hidden from your view as you step in, your feet sinking deep into a plush, thick carpet, a crimson shade darker than the walls. At every alcove, you catch movement, but there's always something in the way, a pillar, a partially closed door, an almost see-through but not quite curtain. The bits you do see, a face, a hand, a shoulder, someone's breast or hip, form a mosaic of flesh, the entire picture unclear, the various parts discernible when you look closely. The atmosphere is dense and cloying, almost but not wholly unpleasant, and the smell of leather and the sound of its ripping bite as it caresses and lacerates flesh threatens to overwhelm you. The whole is a kaleidoscope of pain and pleasure, and the thin wall between the two is slowly parting. The world around you narrows down to this jagged puzzle of bodies and leather and lacquered wood and surgical steel, and the most powerful gasp you hear between the onomatopoeia of flesh wetly hitting flesh comes from your own mouth. The play is erotic without being sexual. Flails, whips, leather, straps, bindings, and other tools are used, but as the play intensifies, you can feel with every one of your senses how both those who administer pain and those who receive it, transforming into pleasure, are changing, making new discoveries about themselves that transcend their mere physicality. They are like portals suddenly yawning open and letting in light, philosophical, psychological, emotional discoveries that, before your very eyes, you can tell are changing the very world around these people. Their discoveries are so momentous, so easily palpable, that even you who are merely for the moment watching feel the weight of them. As you gaze transfixed at the theater of pain and discovery that lays before you, two figures approach you. You watched, mesmerized, as their bodies flow like water, their genders fluid and ever-changing, reshaping themselves before your very eyes, attempting to find the combination that will please you best, and yes, there it is. One of them holds a collar and a leash and a whip, and other stranger tools hang at their belt. The other wears a collar that seems a little too tight and appears head bowed, offering you the handle of a leather crop, the leather stained with dried blood. "What's your pleasure?" asks one.
I don't know if I know that. Other than my substances.
Well,
Where?
this is as place of as I need to discover.
All I've ever known is pain.
Hmm.
You think you can show me something new?
The one that was holding the collar in their hand and in their hands and the various tools says, "Well, pain's my domain, perhaps. Come with me and we'll see what we can do." And they'll lead you to one of the little alcoves. And again, as you're walking through, there's always something kind of just blocking your view, so you can't see everything that's going on, and your mind's kind of filling in the blanks, and it's going places that are really kind of crazy. And then you walk into this little alcove, and there's like a little plush couch there, and as you walk in, the person that came in with you closes the little curtain and then goes, "Cigarette?"
Don't mind if I do.
Hands you one, takes one, sits down. "Sit down there, honey. Let's have a chat." Lights up. Gives you a little flame. "So you're really messed up, huh?"
You could say that.
"Well, you're not the worst that I've seen." Does that shock you?
I wouldn't say that it would. No.
Oh, is someone more fucked up? It's incredible. I've been here for the longest time, and every time I think I've seen it all, somebody walks in the next day and all goes out the window. What is your relationship with pain then? I don't feel that it's very sexual with you.
I just seem to fall into it.
You fall into it, or it finds you, or do you look for it?
I don't think I ever looked for it at first. I think it found me first. As a kid. Saw too much. Bad experiences. So I looked for it back. After being acquainted. And I found it. The end of a needle. The edge of a blade. Over.
Yeah, but that's not really it, is it? I mean, those things, the needle, the blade, they're evanescent. They don't last. They're just transitory. They're just a means to achieve something, but that's not the pain that lasts, is it?
Always chasing that first high. Of course, it doesn't last.
It's the way people look at you, isn't it? The disappointment in their eyes, the exasperation, the eventual belief that there's nothing they can do. You're just completely fucked up.
Hopeless. A waste.
Yeah. That's what hurts, doesn't it? And the only way to get that jolt, is to do those other things so that people will think these things.
You got me.
I don't have anything, honey. I don't even think you have yourself.
Feels like I've never had myself.
But have you tried? When you get up in the morning and you get the choice between being happy and being unhappy, have you ever tried the other one?
Been so long since I've been happy that I feel like I've forgotten how to do that.
Do you feel shame sometimes at the things that bring you pleasure?
I am a slave to them.
I wonder, you feel like there's something between you and the rest of the world? Like everything that happens on the other side of a window or a door or a wall, and only the really powerful cutting emotions get through it.
My whole fucking life.
So here's the question then. Have you ever tried pushing through that wall from your side?
I don't think I know what that means.
It's easy, honey. You put your hands against it and you push and you go through it. You're just sitting there letting things happen to you. You should be diving into them. You should be making them happen for you on your own time and your own, when you're ready, when you want them. Don't just let the world have its way with you. Push through. Commit to the bit, as they say.
How do I do that?
Well, different for everybody. You gotta find. You spend your entire life doing things that are gonna make people disappointed in you because that's your high. Watching them feel disappointed in you and feeling the pain that brings you. It's the only emotion that's strong enough to cut through everything and to actually reach you. Maybe do something that's not going to disappoint. See how that feels like. Push back.
Are you just here to tell me to clean up like everybody else?
No, I'm here to tell you to make a fucking mess, but a real one. One that you make of your own volition, that pleases you, and that you do because you want to do it, and not for anybody else, and in spite of anybody else.
I think I understand.
Good, because your hour's up. I have to charge you extra if you stay any longer. Are you sure I can't interest you in a whipping or a caning before you go?
I've got business to attend to. The offer's enticing, though.
Well, now that you found your way here once, you can find your way here again.
Good to know. She's gonna put the cigarette out and stand up.
Make a mess, darling.
Something I excel at.
You've been half-assing it. Make a real one.
Thanks for the pep talk, coach.
It's not what I'm here for. You know, in this job, this profession, gotta be flexible.
She's gonna walk out.
The four of you and the ones who still have sections blacked out on their character sheets can open them up now. The four of you and Carla and Brianna and Davis and Miss Santorino find yourselves here. You step out of that archway in the bottom and all find yourselves congregating in what appears to be some sort of underground sewer roundabout.
Well, it looks like we all made it through the other side.
Hey, Bleak.
Yeah.
Am I still all fucking cut up and stuff?
No, you also are not wearing gloves anymore and your hands are perfectly fine.
Excellent. I take one of those fine hands and I reach to check if my pocket square has also returned to my pocket.
Oh, there's a much better pocket square there now.
Am I wearing nicer clothes?
Much finer clothes.
I'm like, yes! And some of us came through quite well indeed.
And as you say that and you check your pocket square, you realize that there's a little rental stub for these clothes.
I don't show that part to my friends.
Everybody else that has come through appears shaken in their own way, even the other four, Santorino and, well, Davis doesn't seem shaken, but...
How's
Brianna
Carla
seems
looking?
a little bit. Carla looks pretty much as she's always looked.
Hooray for Constance.
She's like, well, that was anticlimactic.
Oh, Carla. Is everyone feeling ready to take on what's next? Doctor, you seem particularly enthused.
I know that there's work to be done yet, Octavian. We're so close. Actualizing our true purpose here. Yes, we must keep moving.
Might I recommend, before we go any further, that we gather up so that I may perform a ritual from this here magical book? And I tap the cover. I assure you, it will be in our best interest of our survival.
Be my guest.
Gather round, my friends, and Octavian Chase will prepare a ritual. I am going to perform the ritual of sanctity by inscribing words of power in his own blood. So he reaches for the still open wound. He takes off the Mickey Mouse sticker and the Band-Aid and just whips it on the floor, just like casts it away like a booger. And then he takes his little finger here and puts it like in the wound a little bit, and then starts to like write some kind of weird magic sigils. I guess he just unbuttons his shirt and he's just writing it out on his chest as well. And it's weird. It looks like he's looking into a mirror to allow himself to do it, but you don't see any mirror or anything, but he seems to be like getting some nice sigils on his chest. And I'm going to attempt to perform the ritual of sanctity from the grimoire of Abraham Abulafia and see what happens.
Anyone you requiring help from anyone, or you're just going at it on your own?
Fuck everyone else. I just do it myself. I don't need any help. I could use an advantage, though, so I will pluck the advantage from the party pool.
I'll tell you what, though, I'll take the 2 advantages I have and put them in your party pool for you.
Oh, well done.
Wow. He knows what's coming. He knows we'll need him.
Yeah, or he's trying to bleed him out of us in case for the final encounter. It could be either way. Is it, can you put multiple advantages on a single roll?
No, just one.
Okay. Then I will just funnel 1 advantage into my dabble in the occult thing. So I'll roll and add my soul.
Okay.
I'll subtract my distraction or whatever, but oh,
I wanted to say, when you come out, in fact, any physical wound you have are gone, and you've regained all the stability points that you'd lost. And creep, you're no longer broken, so you can also
go. Hell yeah. Here we go.
Well, perhaps I should have been so glib about the help of others. I did roll a 10 plus 3 is 13.
Okay.
Do I still have my neck wound, Bleak?
No, you don't.
Okay.
So I assume the magical wound is still open.
For you?
From the first ritual. Yeah.
Yeah. Different story.
Okay. Yeah,
fine.
That's what I figured. Okay. So yeah,
you make a minor error, and I application.
That'll happen. I mean, magic is imprecise science. No science.
As you enact the ritual, you feel it's working out. It's settling. Tell people what it does.
Okay, it is going to provide protection for myself and my allies from harmful magic.
And as this settles onto you and you all feel the tendrils of magic kind of wrap around you, you hear suddenly from down one of these corridors the sound of something awakening, smelling the air, and getting a good strong whiff of the magic.
Yes. Do we all hear that?
No, only you do. As you are aware,
I cast a nervous glance over to that hallway.
You're aware that your spellcasting has awoken something.
And then with my newly bare hands, I'm like, the ritual is complete. I recommend that we get a move on very rapidly now. No reason to dally. Come along, Carla.
Carla's like, hey, yeah, you can see that she's got the Mickey Mouse Band-Aids and she's like trying to clean them. And
Carla, leave the rubbish on the floor and come with me.
Yes, sir. Right away, sir. Do you all take off? Do you dilly-dally?
No.
Let's go. I'm not going to let people dilly-dally.
Kirsty's ready to go.
Close.
So everyone make a acting under pressure roll and hope that
you don't fail.
More of you than not succeed.
Okay. Acting under pressure is, again, sorry, is
Your
which?
Coolness.
Coolness, okay. Oh, God.
That's a 12 for me.
Same.
14 for John.
6.
The doctor lingers back, sensing that there's
God.
perhaps something, but eventually senses better. It says 3 of you made it, sensing that perhaps discretion might be the better part of Val in this particular case, decides to follow you along, even though he's kind of lagging a little bit behind, perhaps hoping that whatever is there will catch up. But 3 of you made it, so you're good. You eventually arrive through these various corridors that run under the city. You eventually arrive in this room. I will place you here, and then I will give you a brief description. The stench of antiseptic is barely enough to cover up the coppery scent of blood and the revolting smell of pus and infection. It has that corrupting sense of despair only the waiting rooms of the most vile and off-the-books surgical and medical office waiting rooms have. Your skin crawls as you see the grime and ichor covering the walls, the discarded needles, rusted scalpel blades, bloody bandages, stained and twisted surgical masks littering the corners of the room. You get the sense that all who enter this clinic come out worse than they came in. Any of you who recently suffered wounds, even though they have healed, now feel them itch and become uncomfortable, as if they are already reacting to the inevitable infection to come. This is a place of sickness and disease, corruption and infection. You can literally taste the sepsis on your tongue. A faint humming noise, the noise of neon tubes. The only sound you hear, besides a constant drip of water.
Misty, do you believe your sister to be here? Can you feel her presence?
I would like to kind of focus and see if I do.
You don't have to do much. You do. You get the feeling that she's nearby. You also get the feeling that somebody else is nearby.
Yeah, she's here. Someone else here too, though.
Someone else.
You recognize the presence of your uncle. You look up and see in the corner of the room a rocking horse that is moving slowly back and forth, rocking away on its own.
It's my uncle. He's here.
He's here. Well then, we must prepare ourselves to greet him.
You just want to make sure that so you came in through this door here at the bottom. There is a plastic curtain there. It seems to lead to a room in the back.
I'm going to
Otherwise, the place is
approach
empty.
Kirsty and I'm going to say, my dear, at the risk of stating perhaps the obvious, I am not certain your uncle has your best wishes in mind. We must be careful and cautious, despite the doctor's enthusiasm.
Whatever you say, Octavian. She just kind of,
Very well.
as though she heard nothing he said, she goes right up to the curtain and just pulls it aside. And I would like to take a minute to use one of my advantages, my sixth sense, and roll for that now, if I could.
Go for it.
Yeah. Nice.
Anybody else want to do anything?
No.
John will be right behind Kirsty as she moves up.
That's 16 for me, so I get all three of those in my back pocket.
The doctor just looks over at Call and the other heavies and says, "Follow them then. That's what you're here for."
They look at you rather suspiciously. So you're heading towards that. You're following Kirsty. Brianna will follow you closely. Despite the good doctor's urgings, Davis, who seems to be on high alert and kind of sensing that there's weirdness, sort of hangs back a little bit, keeping an eye on the door behind you. What are the rest of you doing? Miss Santorino is going to stick near Davis.
I'm definitely going to go with the Carla, or not Carla, I'm sorry, with Kirsty, and I'll be like, "Carla, come along."
I was like, "Oh, yes, right away." And she comes over.
Dr. LeVay is going to walk past and just kind of smirk at Davis and say, "Now you lose your edge. Sad. You could have been delicious." And then he's going to walk by and he's going to pull the Vox Anima out of his pocket and he'll grip it tightly.
I see that and I'm like,
Steps up behind Octavian.
No. Oh no.
As Kirsty is parting this curtain, she's also readying her knife on her.
Am I the only one in the party without a weapon?
Very much.
Yeah. Yep. Okay, just checking.
Your weapon is your wit.
Oh, thank you. It has served me so well.
Your weapon is Carla. Just unleash her.
That's my shield.
As you,
I was just going to ask her one quick question. Is the Vox Anima like vibrating as he's gripping it tightly?
Like crazy.
That's what I was hoping for. Yeah. All right. Just wanted to clarify.
Kirsty, you feel pain in your hand where the wound from the Vox Anima came in, and as you look down, you can see that your skin has started to peel away again, and you can see the wound is still there, and it looks like it's being infected almost as you look at it, as it's kind of the blackness of it is sort of going up your arm, and the hole in your hand starts to leak a little bit. You step through the plastic curtain. On the other side is a room that has another little room kind of boxed into it. You can see through the walls. Just quickly here, as you look through this room, you see a room you've seen before. This is basically the room that's inside that little walled off unit, except this time you see your sister lying down on this this operating table, and there are two creatures, I guess, in surgeon's clothes, like someone like this, and they got the surgical masks and the whole 9 yards. And as you kind of come in, they look up through the walls and see you. And going back to the room here, this is enclosed. This little room here at the bottom is enclosed.
Do I see any doors inside?
You don't see any doors. So you've walked in there. Anybody else? I guess everybody else that was following.
Yeah, John's keeping a close beat on Kirsty.
I'm sticking tight with Octavian right behind him every step of the way.
Good to know you're there, Doc.
The two surgeons, when you come in, sort of back away a little bit from that, and your sister sort of turns her head and looks at you, and you can see how much the two of you are alike. It gets quite incredible, and it's the first time really you've seen her outside of your visions and whatnot. But she seems perhaps drugged or hesitant. She's kind of trying to sit up on this bed that she's on, this surgical bed, and she's kind of having difficulty. All right, let's go around and see what everyone does. We'll start with you, Kirsty. What are you going to do?
My first instinct is I'm going to, I'm assuming this is glass right here.
It's hard to tell. There's definitely something there, but it's hard to tell exactly what it is. It kind of shimmers a little bit and seems almost kind of like liquid.
Okay.
Seeing through it's kind of hard. It's kind of like it's a frosted glass almost kind of thing. And it looks as the two weirdos, the two surgeons are kind of moving and playing with some things. It looks like it's getting even more frosted and almost kind of like it's solidifying.
I call out to her, Julia, I heard you. I'm here for you. And I'm going to take the butt of my knife and try to like bust through this that I think is maybe a little more solid with the butt of that knife.
All right, John.
John is stepping over to Brianna and saying, just kind of under his breath, keep your eyes out. I think it's almost time.
She nods. What about Octavian?
Octavian is going to grab the grimoire of Abraham Abulafia and start trying to put his finger at the page of the ritual of opening again. Just to have it ready.
Just to have it ready.
Just in case.
And the good doctor, what will the good doctor be doing?
The doctor is looking about the space. He was expecting to see their benefactor waiting for them. So he's looking to see if he can somehow peel back whatever veil still lies. He still feels trapped within the illusion, even though he's in this space. So somehow trying to peel back and see through it to find out where their benefactor is.
All right. Make a, you can give me a see through the illusion roll. Make a violence roll, creep, as you are approaching this wall and try to hit it with your knife.
I feel like we're using the word benefactor very loosely. Well, maybe not the doctor, but the rest of us are.
Immediately trying to kill us.
That's a 15 for me.
All right. And doctor?
I rolled a 16, finally.
Wow,
so
look
doctor,
at us.
As you look around you, knowing you're seeing now, you know that you cut through the illusion, and it's so fucking frustrating because nothing changes. Everything looks exactly the same. You know you're doing it right now. You know you're looking the way you're supposed to, but it's still so frustrating. You feel it's like fucking right there.
Mm-hmm.
It's just
tantrum time. Tantrum. He like races over to some of the equipment and just like throws a cart down. He takes, whatever implements are on top of this table and throws them across at the wall, just trying to tear it down himself physically.
As that's going on, Kirsty, you hit this wall and your hand goes through it, your entire body, and you fall down into the room with your sister and the two strange surgeons. They sort of just back away from you, kind of afraid of what you're doing, and your sister's there, and you can see she's quite weak, and she's trying to get off of the chair. Outside, the rest of you see the walls grow completely frosty. Now you can barely see shapes inside, and I will call upon your fantastic abilities as a role player. because you do not hear what goes on inside this room until you find a way through this wall. All right. As the doctor is throwing his tantrum, what is John doing? What is Octavian doing at this point? He's going completely ballistic, I guess. Doctor, going ballistic.
Yeah, I mean
the
doctor's just probably throwing things at whatever that frosty glass is as well.
As the things fly to it, they hit it and they kind of bounce off and fall down.
Octavian Chase looks at him and says, "Doctor, control yourself."
Yeah, control yourself or be controlled.
Oh.
Okay.
We don't even need monsters for this party to get wiped out.
Okay. He is going to lunge at Octavian and just grab him by the lapel and try to throw him against the wall.
Make a violence check.
Can't you see, Octavian? Violence?
Make a violence, and Octavian, you can, if you wish, make a avoid harm roll.
Yeah. I definitely would like to make an avoid harm. Is that called reflexes?
15.
Yeah. Thank God.
Yeah, so it's your roll plus reflex, but hold on because Carla's going to try to help you.
Oh, good. Thank you, dear.
As she sees the doctor throw himself at you, she's going to try to interpose herself. She's going to roll whatever. Ooh, she rolled a 15 plus her attribute, so she's going to modify your roll by +2.
Oh, great. Okay. All right. 5, 12. I got a 17 total.
And what did you get, Doctor?
15.
All right, so you lunge at him, and as you go to lunge at him, how do you get out of the way, Eric?
I fucking hit him with the book. Like, not trying to hurt him, but just like kind of get the book right in his like, get away from me!
So just as you're kind of reaching for him and he kind of backs up, Carla kind of gets in the way and she just kind of messes you up just enough that you kind of miss him, and then bam, the book comes and hits you on the side of the head. It's not a hard hit, so I'm not going to say
right. I'm not trying to hurt. Like
damage.
I'm just trying to push you away, kind of.
You
control yourself, Doctor.
In the other room, you hear Miss Santorino say, "Mr. Archon." What do you do?
Here's me. I'm just like,
and I'm like,
John tells Brianna, keep an eye on the doctor. He tries that shit again, stop him. And he's gonna step out to where Miss Santorino is.
I'll be with you in a moment, Creep. You step out through the plastic curtains, which are kind of gooey and kind of sticky when you move through them, you know, like just discussing. And you see in the room, Emil, who has just come in. He's like, report Miss Santorino. John. So you finally made it. Report.
Mr. Archon.
Yes, John?
She's here. She's ready. I think.
Very well. He moves towards you. The two of you, the others in the room, you see Emil Archon coming towards where John is. What do you do, Doctor and Octavian?
what does he look like?
So he's a very elegant, tall, slim man with steel gray hair, a bit of very strong features, like kind of a heavy brow and a solid nose, you know, but kind of the kind of man who's shouldn't really be good looking, but it just kind of ends up working. Like the little bits that are kind of weird just make him kind of stand out, and he just radiates sort of command and authority. This is someone who is used to making split-second decisions that affect millions and millions of dollars and hundreds and thousands of lives, and just not, you know, blink at all about it. He just has this air of calm, steely control as he approaches.
Okay. I'm trying to find something in my notes and I'm having a hard time with it. Maybe you would be willing just to tell me.
Sure.
What was, can you remind me what Emil Archon's code name was in the septogenic ascension ritual?
Yeah, it was Giza, the pyramids.
Oh, that's right. I'm going to like make a weird sort of like fucking Masonic style bow to the guy, and I'm going to say, Lord Giza!
All right, Doctor, what do you do?
When he sees Archon enter through the sticky plastic curtain, he's going to sort of, for a moment, just calm and stare at him as he enters. So you are here, as planned, I presume?
He looks at you kind of with disgust, really. And he's like, well, you've fallen far.
Fallen? It's all perspective, Archon.
I see you've chosen the wrong side, though. John?
What side have you chosen? To torment your nieces? To seek power above all else?
There's only one niece that I care about. Where is she, John? He looks around.
John is kind of following Mr. Archon like a little bit like a puppy dog, right? Very subservient, very. Whereas just a few moments ago he was very assertive and toward Brianna and the doctor. That's gone now. John points to the frosted glass and says, "She should be in there, sir."
Where's the other one?
Also in there, sir.
What? You let them both get in there?
Oh, John.
What the fuck did I tell you?
Oh, John.
I'm sorry,
Get her out
sir.
of there. Get her out of there.
Yes, sir. And John's gonna go over to the glass and try to start hitting it, try to break through, try to find something that he can use the butt of the pistol maybe to break through.
All right, so I'll go around and I'll ask what all of you are doing that's happening, and then I'm going to go to Creep. So this is what's happening. So Archon seems really upset and really kind of concerned right now, and he kind of moves over and he's watching what John's doing. Miss Santorino is kind of trailing behind, and she looks completely lost, like she has no clue the hell's going on. What are the doctor and Octavian going to do?
John, Crombie, could you remind me, is John, none of us are wounded or anything right now, are we? Because we were healed up. Okay, yeah. Just curious. Okay.
No, it's not.
I think almost like subconsciously, in a way that if he thought about it, it might kind of disturb him as to the whys. Octavian Chase interposes himself between Emil Archon and Carla.
Okay. Will you be
fairly subtly, right? But just like I want to make sure that he doesn't have a direct line.
Are you just waiting to see what happens, or do you?
Yeah.
Doctor?
LeVay is going to actually step in front of John as he's kind of determinedly, I don't know if that's the right word, but walking towards the glass. He's going to step in front of him and just say,
"So John, I see you now. It was never about the right choice. Your choice was already made. Did you always know that in the end you'd kill her?"
I don't think you know what you're talking about, Doctor, but all of our choices were made the moment we accepted this assignment.
The doctor's no longer of use to us, John. Just put a bullet in his head and get my niece, would you?
Now's your chance, John, to be the good servant that you have always been. Go ahead and shoot! Doesn't
John
matter.
readies the gun and is going to fire at a place where he thinks might be survivable.
Inside. You stumble through, Kirsty, and as soon as you do, the sounds coming from the other room seem to sound really far away, and you can tell that the wall has kind of solidified behind you. And your sister now is sitting on the edge of the table, sort of looking down, like very, very weak and very wounded. And the two surgeons are just kind of trying to get as far away from you as they can, like almost trying to climb through the wall as they're staring at you kind of wide-eyed.
Kirsty's kind of gonna clamber forward towards her sister, and she's gonna set the knife down on the bed next to her and like touch her face and her arms, and she's kind of like trying to get her to look at her. I'm here, Julia. I made it. I'm here for you.
I knew you'd come. I knew you would. I always knew you would. And, she kind of weakly takes you and sort of gives you a hug. And it's the first hug you've had from your sister, and God knows how long. In fact, you might never have really had a real hug from her.
Yeah, I returned that hug, and it's incredibly tight, and I hold her there for as long as she'll let me, because honestly, it's probably the first hug I've had, period, in a long time.
And you feel the familiarity and the warmth that comes from her as she's holding you. And she says, I never doubted that you would come. I know you must have gone through so many horrible things. I'm sorry to have had to ask this of you, but I know what Emil wanted, what Uncle Emil wanted, and I couldn't go through it anymore.
What is it, Julie? What has been going on? Where have you been?
I've been here all these years, just the first years were excruciating, just constant pain, just constantly being prodded and poked and investigated and experimented on, and eventually I couldn't deal with the pain anymore, and I just started breaking off. And in my head, I would imagine that I was you. I would try to imagine what it was like to still be living in the world out there and be with mom and dad and be happy and growing up and going to school and making friends and learning how to laugh and play and kissing boys and girls and having a good time. And I would just try so hard to imagine what your life must have been like. And I kept reminding myself that I had bought you that my sacrifice was for something. It was so you could have that. And eventually I realized that these fantasies and these images that I had of your life were wrong. There was just constant pain and sorrow and hurt. And I realized that I wasn't having fantasies anymore. I was seeing what you were seeing. I was seeing through your eyes and living what you were living. And I saw that your hell was as bad as mine was. And then I had no escape anymore.
Yeah. I couldn't let you go. I felt like I had done this to you, like your death was my fault. And I couldn't fix it. And mom and dad, I let them down. And I just kept letting everybody down. Over and over.
You can't think that. It wasn't your fault. You didn't have a choice. It's just how you're built. It's not your fault that you let people down. It's just who you are. But now you have a chance. Now you have a chance to make things right.
You mean?
You can stay here.
And do what?
You have to stay here. If you stay here, this thing that you have, this ability to make everything sadder and grayer, and this dampening quality that you have will lessen his power. It will affect his ability to create this world. It will render this world, the illusion, this prison that imprisons everyone, weaker and easier to see through and break through. And you can do that for everybody else as you become what I've been for so long. Through me, his power is amplified, but through you, it'll be diminished. And if you stay here, you can help everybody else see the reality, see the truth, and break through it. You can be the chink in the armor. I know it doesn't seem fair. You've had a difficult life also. It's been terrible. I've seen all of it. I was there for all of it. I saw it. But life's not fair. And this is just what's best. If you do this, everybody else will be better off. For once in your life, you can make things better just by being who you are. Don't you see? It's the answer.
But how is it supposed to help people seeing this place?
People can't fight against what they don't see and what they don't know. But if they see it, people like our uncle, the ones who do manage to see through and manage to use it for their advantage and manage to use it to hold power over the others, will no longer be above the rest of us. They will no longer be able to simply sit atop their castles and towers and just live off of feeding off of everybody else below them, feeding on their dreams, feeding on their hopes, eating them alive, and just enjoying the fact that they see the truth. Everyone now, if they see the truth, it brings them back down to their everybody else's level. Don't you see? It tears down their towers, it tears down their walls, it tumbles them down to where the rest of us are. They stop feeding on us.
And where will you go, Julia?
It's my turn to go out. It's my turn to see the world. I deserve a chance as much as you do to have a life. Your life didn't work out great. And again, that's not your fault. That's just who you are. You can't help it.
You keep saying that.
It's just the way it is. I didn't make us. But I deserve a chance also to live out there and to try and make a life for myself. I deserve to know what it's like to laugh, and I deserve to know what it's like to have someone love you, and I deserve to know what it's like to be free of this place. And you can give that to me. And in doing so, you can help everybody else. It won't be automatic. It'll take some time, but through me, he gets more powerful. Through you, he'll get weaker.
I understand.
And while that's going on, outside, a gunshot rings. You don't hear the gunshot. It sounds very distant. Kirsty.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Your bullet, John, hits the doctor right here in the chest over where the shoulder would be. And it barely seems like he registers it.
Let me help you, John. And I'll take a step closer.
Oh, no. What?
I think this does freak John out too much.
Double tap.
What did John do? You fire a couple more times. The bullets hit him right dead center. He stumbles a bit. You can see the damage done. You can see the bullet wounds and the blood. Doesn't seem to affect him.
Brianna, get over here.
And you hear Arkan say, "Oh, fucking Christ, he's awakened." In that moment, this is what happens outside. As you stand there, sort of nonplussed at what's just happened with the doctor, you watch as suddenly Emil, his body starts to grow. His arms begin to split in two lengthwise. The sound of bones and flesh ripping apart echoing in the room. His head appears to begin melting. The folds of flesh slip down over his chest. His mouth now this wide open rictus of pain. His nose and eyes are still somewhat recognizable as they slip down to his stomach like melting wax. His face now stares at you balefully from the center of his chest, its mouth open wide to let a long, wet, red tongue loll out. His eyes are all black, endless pits of pain, decay, rot, and understanding. Around you, the room begins to change as the furniture of a child's bedroom begin to appear. Toys lining the shelves, a rocking horse in one corner, bunk beds with pink and purple bed covers. The thing that used to be Emil Arkan, now a sick representation of a headless Vitruvian man, stands in front of you, hulking, emanating waves of evil and corruption.
God.
What do you do?
I know what the doctor does.
I know what the doctor ordered. He grows quite a bit, by the way, so he kind of displaces some of you.
Oh, good.
John, you called over reinforcements as the doctor's standing there, and he just looks at you and watches this transformation behind you. And he looks at you, John, and says, "It's too late for you, John." And he takes the Vox Anima, and it's just vibrating in his hand. And he looks over at Arkan, and he takes it. "It's time!" And he just launches it right into his head and starts twisting it.
Oh, God.
I twisted into his head, and then suddenly he just goes calm.
That's worse.
Everybody make a keep it together roll.
I should think so. Oh, holy shit.
Willpower. Okay. That'll be 15 for John.
22 for
All
Octavian Chase.
You've seen so much now.
The best role in the entire campaign so far.
Now you just managed to totally sort of keep it together. You see all this shit, and you're like, yeah, of course. Of course, this is where it was going to
Right, of course. Absolutely what I expected.
It wasn't going anywhere else. All right, so I'll go around the room here very quickly. Kirsty, I know your sixth sense gives you three particular things. You understand that there's something going on the other side of the wall. There's something major happening. You can kind of see weird shapes, and you can hear sort of sounds, and you just get the sense that there's something happening. So let's go around the table and just tell me what you want to do, and then we'll resolve these actions. And we'll start with the good doctor, who finally sees clearly.
He can see in the room that there are souls of dead, and he reaches out to them with his awakened mind, pulling them and harnessing their power. As he looks past John and the others and harnesses them, and is going to attempt to make a soul shard and fire it off at Archond.
All right. What's John doing during this time?
I think during the transformation that happens behind him, I think John is totally focused on this horror show in front of him. I don't think he notices, but as I think as the good doctor is pulling something that John can't see, he kind of turns and sees what Archond has turned into, and his arms go limp, and he starts to maybe back up, get it back to a wall.
All right. So as you back up, you'll sort of back out this way. What is Octavian doing?
All right, so I was standing next to Archond, and you displaced me when he grew in this horrific transformation. So, of course, the first thing that Octavian Chase does is, as the disgusting transmogrification of Emil Archond's body pushes up against him, of course, he throws up his hands to kind of, just to kind of like you would if someone was going to shove you. And it's clear, for the moment at least, that Emil Archond's attention is not at least immediately trained on Octavian. And he looks as if he doesn't know what to do. And in this moment of indecision, he looks at his non-monstrous, beautiful, perfectly clean hands. And he turns them so that the palms where he pressed up against Archand's body are facing him. And I presume he sees some of Emil Archond's blood on his hand. Is that correct?
Absolutely, as it's basically where his flesh has just ripped apart and he's just dripping with it.
With one eye, well, he's got his hands out. He takes his bloody hand, and with absolute conviction and no sense of weirdness or indecision at all, he just licks Emil Archond's blood off of both hands, and he stands there awaiting something. And that's what he does. He ingests the blood of Emil Archond off his own hands.
Carla says, "For fuck's sakes, Octavian, what are you doing?"
Follow my lead, Carla. Stay behind me.
In that moment, Miss Santorino kind of just panics, starts losing it, tries to get out of the room, but can't because the other one's in the way, and then she hits up against the thing there and kind of bumps into Archond. Brianna's looking over at John, looking for some indication of what she should do. And inside the room, what is Kirsty doing?
She can hear the commotion outside, and she kind of looks over her shoulder to the glass. I'm assuming she can't see out of it. It's
no, you can kind of make out John's back now. That's kind of because he's kind of up against it, and once he's pressed against it, you can kind of tell that it's him, but the rest beyond him is a little blurry.
My attention snaps back to Julia.
That's Emil out there. We can't stay here very long. He's going to kill you, and if he kills you, all of this is for nothing.
And you?
He won't kill me. He needs me doing this right here.
Where do we go?
I don't know, but you're not going anywhere. You have to stay here.
Can he not get in here?
Not if he doesn't have any reason to.
What about them? She looks to the surgeons behind her.
They're just like they have no mind of their own.
Her mind's kind of racing with all the things that have happened to her in her life. All the horrible decisions that she's made based off of this singular idea that she's the reason her sister is dead. She killed her sister. And she thinks of all the possibilities, all the things that she could do, that she could leave right now and leave her sister here and try to help her friends. Well, friends is a relative term. Or she could stay here and kind of atone for all those past sins, knowing that going back into the world, it's not a place for her anymore. And she just shakes her head at Julia. You've been a fuck up for a really long time. I think it's time maybe I made a difference.
And as that's going on, back in the other room, Archon ripping up, transforming into this creature, Miss Santorino in the back, kind of bundling in, hitting him without even looking. He reaches behind, grabs her lower jaw and just pulls it completely off her face and tosses it in the corner. And with the lower half of her face completely gone, Santorino, gushing blood, falls to the ground. You hear gunfire as from the other side, Davis just unloads on Archon, firing his gun. It doesn't seem to have much of an impact. It's hitting Archon, but nothing much happens. Go for it, Doctor. What are you doing?
I am hurling a soul shard.
All right, go for it.
Harnessing the, and I'll call out to the souls of the dead in the name of Malkuth. We shall smite this abomination. And I'm going to use an advantage on this. Thank you to the chat for that advantage. We could probably use a couple more.
Yeah, frankly.
Oh, that's good, though. That's, let's see, I add my reasoning. That's going to be a 17.
As you look around you and prepare yourself to harness, you look for dead souls. You see the 3 that have been following you for so long, the 3 that died in your experiment.
Nicole,
all of them just hanging out behind you, and you reach out and you draw on their power. And as they sort of start to coalesce into each other and start to form this sort of spike in front of you of shrieking souls, you unleash it. You throw it with all your might. You, the ones outside the room, don't see anything. You just see him making strange movements and looking like he's throwing something, and you can hear a deafening screeching sound, and suddenly the beast that is Archon sort of reels as you can see bits of flesh and bone start flying off of him, and you can see ghostly hands that are digging into him and sort of ripping parts of his body. It's as if he's being assaulted by a bunch of ghosts that are just ripping bits and pieces, and he's batting at them and banging them. Blood is flying everywhere, and he just goes into this complete rage. Octavian.
Okay. Octavian says to Carla, "Follow me, my dear." And he walks over here to the desk or something like that, plops the grimoire open to the ritual of bleeding. And with that thing out on the table, with his back to Emil Archand, he just... and a little splurt of blood comes out of his mouth, and then like a fucking torrent of blood, like a fire hose, like Mr. Creosote vomiting into a menu, just shoots and covers the entire grimoire, and he's all and just like barfing all over this thing. And he, in between gags and around the seemingly endless amount of vomit that's coming out of his mouth right now and just fucking up his Gucci shirt and his just beautiful new sport coat, which is going to be a real problem at the rental place. And blood and barf is just like bouncing off the table, and he intones the final words of the ritual of bleeding.
Make a dabbling in the occult roll.
All right. Now, you had previously given me 2 advantages. Do I have one of those left I could put into this?
If you have an advantage left, you can totally use it.
Well, then I'm going to do an advantage left.
Do it.
Yay! Oh, it's a real good thing I did that. Kind of the story of my life in Kult. I got a 14, which is a success. Kinda.
So you vomit this blood, and it just sort of lurches all out at him, and a good chunk of it sort of hits him, and it starts going into the wound that the spectral hands that the doctor casts at him that sort of rent in him, and so the blood goes in it, and the blood as it hits him is like acid as it starts to burn his flesh and his skin. So you do some damage. You don't do as much as you could have, but you do some damage, and he roars in pain, and he just sort of charges forward, and he's going to be charging at the doctor and at John, who are there. So the two of you can go ahead and give me avoid harm rolls. Brianna's right there, sort of hesitating and doesn't know what to do. Still looking at John for...
Did Carla follow me like I asked her to?
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
She's like, that's the worst thing you've ever done, Octavian. That was so gross. How could you do that? I've never seen anything like that in my life.
I reach out my hand and I'm like, join the ritual, Carla. Take a step into a larger world.
No, you don't pay me nearly enough for that.
$200 bonus.
What do I have as far as avoid harm rolls by the doctor and John?
Well, Malkuth has my back in this regard because I rolled a 19.
Nice.
Damn. John rolls an 11 total.
All right, so having rolled so high, Doctor, you get batted aside. You start moving, and he kind of just clips you and bats you, and you go flying into these two who are sort of coming there, and you kind of just manage to avoid them, and you manage to avoid getting harmed as he goes through you. With an 11, John, he is kind of rushing towards you, and as he comes by, he grabs you, and you manage to sort of avoid, and you can see that he's going to try to slam you through the wall behind you into that room, but you kind of manage to just get enough with your 11 to kind of get out of the way, and your shirt rips and his hand hits the wall. But as he does so, because it wasn't a complete success, he gouges his breaking nails. He's got like 2 arms on each side, right, and they kind of gouge through you, so you'll take a wound from that as you kind of just try to step aside a little bit. and he's kind of there, and he hits the thing, and then he turns around and he roars again, facing up against the lot of you. Miss Santorino has died. What will you be doing? Let's go around the room again. He will arrive there. Doctor.
He's going to, that seemed like that worked really well last time. So he is going to look over at Octavian and say, whatever you're going to do, do it quick. And then he's going to pull in as many of the souls that still are floating through this space and harness that soul shard again.
All right, what's Kirsty doing inside? You can clearly tell, you see this giant sort of weird beastly thing that's up against the wall now, and there's clearly some sort of fight going on the other side. There's blood now on these walls that's kind of coming down.
John, get me out of here, John. You can see like a shadow against this glass.
Yeah, you can see Kirsty kind of against the glass, kind of tapping against it, I guess. What do you do,
Can John hear her at all?
Yeah, you can hear her from very far away, like very kind of distant, but you hear your name and like, get me out of here, you know, and she's banging against.
I think in this moment, John, kind of dazed from getting just slammed and slashed by Archond of all people, he's going to look over to Brianna and just kind of cough and say, we need a distraction. I've got your back. Can you make it happen? And what John would like to do is potentially use... Let me... Sorry, I need to take a quick look at my character sheet here. I'd like to use Puppeteer. One of my advantages to use to execute a plan using other people as pawns. In this case, Brianna.
All right. Make your roll.
Okay. Come on, dice. The dice did not come on. Let's see here. That is 12 plus reason. Oh no. That is 12 minus 1 for an 11.
All right, well, that still kind of works. So with an 11, she doesn't sort of wholeheartedly go into it, but she kind of looks at you and she's got a bit of a, you know, like, she's really not sure about this. And then having seen that the gun didn't work earlier, she drops her gun and she pulls out a knife and then sort of looks around and sees that there's a bunch of canisters of all sorts of various products there, like that are in a... So she reaches over and grabs one that's got like a skull on it, and she grabs it and with the knife punctures the top of it and then just sort of turns it towards where our count is, and this jet of whatever is in here is just sort of shooting out and is sort of arcing towards where our count is. So that's what she's going to do.
Cool. And with that, can John... it looks like there might be like a little space around here. Can he navigate over there, or is that...
Yeah, you can totally
off?
Get there. Yeah, not a problem.
Okay. So he'll just kind of move back there, trying to get out of the way.
All right. And what is Octavian doing?
Octavian Chase grabs a book with one hand and grabs Carla's hand with the other and attempts to pull her around the outer arc of the room, get the F away from Emil Archond, and otherwise tries to make himself as small as humanly possible. Now, that bleeding ritual does say it forces someone to bleed uncontrollably, so hopefully there's still some damage happening to Emil.
He's still...
Okay. But right now, I want to get myself and my assistant out of the reach of this creature if I can.
All right. And so what he does, as he's kind of getting blasted by this thing that Brianna is doing, he just kind of takes a step forward and bats her down, and she hits the ground. And then he turns around and his mouth and his stomach opens up and he lets out this scream. I would like everyone that's in the room here to make me a endure injury roll.
Oh
It's a
no!
roll plus your fortitude minus whatever harm you already have.
I got a 2.
Oh no.
Uh-oh. 13 for Dr. LeVay.
I think that is just a 12. Or no, I'm sorry, that's an 11, if I'm doing my math correctly. Because it's
All right.
-1 if you've got a wound.
All right. So both the doctor and John will take a serious wound, and the doctor, unfortunately, you do take that wound. However, you did the help from protect from magical thing
Yes.
earlier, right?
Yes, I
So
sure
everyone
did.
can add 2 to their roll.
Oh, I got a 4.
Does that make a difference for the other 2 of you?
15.
13 for John.
All right, so the 15 is great because it means you take nothing as this magical energy washes over you and you feel it just sort of go everywhere and dissipate and not affect you at all. You are clearly an elevated being now as all of these people are being affected by it and it's just kind of washing over you. John, you will take a serious wound as this scream sort of reaches you and you feel the utter disappointment of Emil Archon in you, and you just, like it just rips down into your soul, but you manage to kind of, stand up and not get too much of a thing. Unfortunately, Dr. Octavian, you receive
it's a common mistake.
Yeah, you receive a critical wound.
Oh God!
As this scream reaches you, and suddenly you doubt everything about you. You doubt your power. You doubt your magical power. You regress. You're not even Octavian Chase anymore. You regress further. You're not even Phineas Need anymore. You're back to being this little boy that was getting kicked around and just like having, and you just crumple to the ground, sort of completely in your mind back to that time. And Carla's there and she's trying to sort of help you. And we'll see what happens with that in a moment. You were doing something, Doctor. You were doing another use of your, so go ahead and do that.
The other thing I was going to ask, Bleak, as this is happening, I have something called See True Nature now.
Yeah.
Does Archon, is this his true nature, or is this something different, or do I not know because he's so powerful that it wouldn't apply?
No, this is not his true nature. This is it's not his true nature. It's difficult to tell what it is. Is it an evolved version of him? Is it just like a spell? Is it just, something else? You do get the sense. Here's what you get. Give me I'll tell you what, give me a read a person roll. And because it's your power, you'll get something, right? You're not gonna screw it up. I just want to see to what level you're gonna understand what's going on. So that's your roll plus perception.
12.
Okay. As you see him this way, you are reminded of something that he said in one of his speeches that you heard back when you were in the headquarters, that in order to be a god, you have to eat gods. You remember now or understand now that the gods are humans, are human beings, that human beings are the divine beings of this world. And you remember his whole story about eating and all of that, and you now kind of understand that he sees himself as someone who eats gods. He eats other human beings. He absorbs them. He disposes of them. He just consumes, basically, both him physically, but also just symbolically with his role in this corporation and all that. It's just about chewing up and eating the lives of other people. And so this is in some ways an idealized form of himself with a huge mouth that goes directly to the stomach, having no head, right? This sort of Vitruvian man aspect of it. And so he's kind of forced himself to transform into his idealized version that kind of symbolically represents what he believes in, or what he believes that he is.
Okay. So getting all of that intuitive sort of realization, Dr. LeVay is going to channel the energy of the souls around him to fire off another soul shard, but he's going to actually get right up to the mouth in his kind of torso area, I'm imagining the way you described it,
Yep.
and actually like push the shard into the mouth.
Okay, go for it.
Is that shard empowered with Miss Santorino and what's her face's souls now?
It depends on his role.
Oh, okay, nice.
I'm gonna use my last advantage. Thank you to the chat for helping support this roll. Malkuth, I hope you're listening. You are. You were listening. All of you were. I rolled a 19 plus a bunch of stuff. What do I add again?
I will now use my hold against you.
No!
22.
From the ritual.
Oh no, it was my fault.
And this is what happens. You channel the remaining spirits, and now you have the spirit of Miss Santorino. And you channel this into this huge spike, and you aim it directly into his mouth, and you fire it off. And it goes right through him and starts ripping him apart. And as you do, the mouth clamps down with both your hands inside of his body. Do a resist harm roll.
Like this. This is really fun. This is very fun.
How many hands were in the room, John?
You less now.
That's an 8.
That's an 8. You take a critical wound, all right, as this creature chomps on. Now, because of your new state, your new nature as an awakened being, I'm going to say it doesn't cut off both your arms. It's going to cut off one. You get to choose which one it is. But you're going to take a critical wound, and you're going to lose one of your arms as it chews right through and keeps it. The other one's just going to be kind of mangled, and the flesh is going to be ripped up, and the bones are going to be broken, but you're going to manage to pull it out.
Okay. Sweet.
Oh,
Take the Dr. Strong hand, child.
Christ.
Emil sort of reels back, and you can see that there's this huge hole that's kind of blasted through him. You can see through the mouth, through the back, sort of on the other side. John, what are you doing?
I think John, in this moment, it looks like Brianna's kind of doing what he's asked. He's seeing. I imagine he can probably clock that his friends, colleagues, work pals are not doing so great. He hears Kirsty. He's going to take the pistol and just unload. But before he does, he's going to say, "Get down," to Kirsty.
And you're going to unload where?
Directly into the glass. I'm going to try to break it.
It does absolutely nothing. It just, as the bullets hit it, they just absolutely completely bounce off.
John doesn't know what to do. He kind of throws the gun aside and just like starts slamming his fists on the glass.
Kirsty, you see him on the other side, sort of slamming his fist there and sort of trying to reach you. John, as you're doing this, you realize that your fists are going in a little bit, like where the bullets were just kind of hitting and bouncing off. Your fists, and sort of when you take like a slower hit, your fist kind of sinks in a little deeper into this sort of weird glass action.
John will try just putting a fist up against the glass and just trying to push as hard as he can.
And as you push with just the one fist, you see that you're sort of going through it. It's kind of like you're pushing through a wall of like really thick sort of jelly. And the slower you go and the smaller you make your hand, you realize that you managed to push through. Kirsty, on the other side, you see John's hand reaching through the wall and coming out into where you are.
I take a hold of his hand.
As you feel her hand wrapping around yours in there, you start to pull her sort of slowly, and she starts to emerge very slowly through this sort of weird kind of glass. You manage to just sort of pull her out of there, and Kirsty, you kind of fall out of there. Your knife is still in your hand, and you kind of fall out of there and sort of fall on John as he's kind of supporting you. What would you like to do? Let's go around the table. What is Kirsty going to do?
My attention snaps up to the monster in the room. And while I'm grateful to John, I have bigger problems now. And I am going to take a run with my knife and try to attack this thing. Try to cut him.
All right, what's John going to do?
John's going to shout out, what are you doing? And I think he's going to say, I don't know if this would apply. I'd like to try one more time here. Maybe John interposes himself between Kirsty and Emil and just shouts, Brianna, now or never, and would like to try to do something to try to get to try to sacrifice Brianna in this moment, so that way Kirsty doesn't get just Santorina'd.
What's the doctor doing?
The doctor is surprisingly calm, probably the calmest that any of his work friends have ever seen him. He's not shaking like he had before. He doesn't scream when his arm is bitten off. He just kind of looks at Emil in this form, and he says, This isn't your true nature. Let me see what you really are. And he's going to climb into the mouth.
And just before all that business happens, Octavian, you're kind of knocked out of it, just sort of on the ground, thinking like your little boy. Suddenly you start feeling stinging slaps in your face. And then when you look up, Carla's holding you by lapel. There's this strange glow in her eyes, and this voice that comes out of her is like the voice of 100,000 people. And the voice goes, you don't get to fucking drop now. You are going to get us out of this, because I didn't come this fucking far to die to this fucking big-mouthed freak. Do you understand me? I don't put up with you and all your shit for all these fucking months just to die in this shitty hole. So you get a hold of yourself, you get the fuck up, and you cast that fucking ritual and get us the fuck out of here. Am I making myself clear?
A couple questions before I respond to that. How physically fucked up am I from that scream?
You're in a critical wound. You're gonna need
Right.
you're gonna need some some medical help fucking soon. But
Okay.
right now you can still move.
Okay. And am I bleeding? Are there wounds on me and things like
Yeah.
that? Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Like,
So at first, Octavian doesn't respond, right? It looks like maybe it's too late. You know, he's really fucked up. But when he hears that voice, his eyes kind of flutter, and he looks into the glowing golden eyes of his assistant Carla, and he says two things. The first is he says, $300 bonus, Carla. And then he looks down, and all of his wounds are like suppurating and bleeding, and there's fucking slime coming out of him he never knew he had before. And he just starts muttering. And at first you can't even, is he falling back into, toward death? And he's all, and then you start realizing, those who can hear him, that his voice gets louder, and he's all, yep, 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 zip, and it's like he's speaking backwards. And even though all of the other wounds in him are bleeding out, the one wound that Kirsty cut above his heart starts knitting together and shrinking ever so slowly. And he doesn't try to complete the ritual all at once, but he's just working to complete the ritual of sanctity that will return all of his allies, whoever that may be, who participated in the ritual before, to the safety of the shopping mall. But he's going to give the party an opportunity to maybe do one more thing before he completely finalizes the ritual.
All right, so this is what's going to happen. Kirsty, you're going to do an engage in combat roll. The good doctor is going to do a act under pressure roll, and John, you're also going to do an act under pressure roll.
Cool.
And you're going to tell me what you get.
I'm going to go ahead and use one of my advantages for this engage in combat.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck?
Hey, Bleak, real quick.
Yeah.
One of the things that I was kind of hoping to accomplish, I don't know if this will play into this role or a different role, but I was going to try to use my scientist advantage to essentially like try to understand what this is, partially to defeat it, but then partially maybe it could be useful information in the future.
I got it.
If he survives.
I buy it. Go for it.
It's 16 for me.
13 for John.
Oh no.
5 for the good doctor.
Oh no.
I was right there a minute ago, buddy. Oh no.
All right, so Kirsty, you jump towards your uncle, your knife out, sort of coming straight at him. He's kind of a little bit occupied right now. His doctor apparently is trying to get into his stomach, is trying to get himself into this guy's stomach mouth. So your uncle's kind of taken by that. But then at the last possible moment, the doctor slips in blood and kind of falls prostrate in front of him. And with this gone out of his, immediate threat, he looks over and sees you coming. And as you're coming towards him, his body sort of pulls in on itself like this, and these huge bone spines start sort of emanating and protruding out of his body. John, you see this. You see that she's flying towards that. You made your roll. Your roll is not a complete success. You see that Brianna's hesitating. Here's the deal, John. With your roll, all right, with your roll, you can either have Brianna continue to hesitate. She will do something. It will help creep a little bit, but she's still gonna have to defend against being impaled on those bone things. Or you can bite the bullet yourself and have your roll be successful so that Brianna will do something big enough to prevent him from hurting Kirsty, but you're the one who's going to have to throw yourself in front and take the hit that's going to land on Kirsty.
Ooh. I'll ask a question in this moment because it feels relevant.
Ask a question.
John has an advantage called Ruthless, where he can sacrifice another to save his own skin. Is there a way he could sacrifice Brianna in this moment?
Absolutely.
Okay.
You totally can. So As you're coming in hot, Percy, with your knife, you see these bone spurs just protrude out of your uncle's skin and just sort of coming right at you. And then suddenly, out of nowhere, you hear John say something, and you see, for some fucking reason, Brianna, the Special Forces security officer, climbs up, still has her blade from when she used the thing, climbs up on your uncle from behind, plunges the blade into his neck, but you can see it doesn't do much. Like, it kind of goes in, but it kind of stays stuck and doesn't do much. And for a moment, he stops looking at you and he turns a little bit, just enough. He reaches back and grabs her and slams her head down onto his spike on the shoulder, and you see it go right through her head. But he's moved just enough now that when you come flying in at him, that spike's not coming at you anymore. You had your 16 roll on your violence. You come in with this blade that you have, which is magical, and it goes in right here. And tell me how you stab this fucking thing with your thing and end it.
I'm assuming he's big, right? He's very big.
Yeah, he's like 10 feet tall.
Yeah,
fucking...
so I am doing like a heroic jump leap in the air, and I just stick this knife, and with two hands, I use all of my body weight and just kind of yank and just start ripping down his body until my feet touch the ground once more.
As you rip down through him, the rest of you see this outer shell that was this sort of strange corruption of a Vitruvian man sort of slip on either side of him. And there in the middle is Emil Archon, and he has this huge cut that goes down the front of his face, and he's bleeding out of it, and he falls down to his knees, and this husk of this creature that had been around him falls sort of everywhere around him. As this happens, you can feel the anger of the place that you're in. The entire room, building, the world that you're in, it's as if it's reacting like Kether would, where it sees this champion of his fall, and you can feel the anger and just the menace and the evil of the entire building itself. As everything starts to shake, you can see that where the little room is, it's not moving, it's kind of staying there, but the floor where you are starts to feel really really sort of soft, and it starts to kind of drip down like it's going to melt down below you. Doctor, you rolled a 5 on attempting to enter this guy's stomach. As you lay there in front of him, having failed that roll and having not managed to do that, and now seeing this Usk that's there, he's still kind of alive. He's still kind of trying to move a little bit. You can tell that basically it's going to come down to whether or not he dies, exactly how Kether sort of reacts. And I'm going to say that in this moment where you have missed this role and missed this opportunity to understand him, there's only one thing that makes sense now. And in order to become a god, you have to eat gods. And so the only thing that makes sense to you right now is to grab this fucking guy and bite into his throat. To end him, but to get what you couldn't get earlier.
Right.
Failed.
Yeah. Yep. He, without hesitation and without an arm, he gets up and just buries his teeth into this creature's neck.
And as he does this, Archon screams, and the floor right between below the two of them completely drops out, and Archon and the doctor fall through and disappear into the darkness below. You have one chance, Eric.
Oh, God.
Do you finish the ritual?
Fuck yes! I zip it, and I try to do the ritual.
Roll away.
Don't suppose we got any of them advantages.
There's one left.
I think I'd like to take that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Don't fuck it up.
Don't fuck it up.
Is Julia still in that room?
Yeah, I don't know shit about Julia, so...
Yeah, as the room's kind of shaking, you can see inside the room, you can see the two doctors are kind of trying to restrain Julia as she's kind of fighting against them, and they're trying to get her back on the table where she was earlier. And she's kind of like, at first she's kind of fighting, but then she kind of gives up, and you see them putting her back, and they're strapping her back down.
So whatever it's worth, I'm going to try to include Julia in this ritual. I don't know if I can. I don't know if that's possible, but I'm going to try. So having seen a little bit of what's going on in that room, I'll try to expand it to include her. I will also include everyone except for Emil Arcand. I have no idea whether the doctor's coming with or not, but seems like it'd be helpful to have a newborn god on our side, so I'll see what I can do about including him as well.
While he's finishing that, John, anything you're doing, or Kirsty, anything you're doing?
Make it good, guys.
I'm just standing with the dagger still in my hand and dripping blood, and I'm just staring down into the hole where my uncle once laid before me.
John is got one more person to try and save. He's going to try to push himself into that room, because I don't know that he knows that Chase is going to try to include her in the ritual. So he is going to try to get in there and free her.
You start pushing your way through it. Chase, what did you get?
Let's find out. It hasn't happened yet. Here it goes. I'm rolling with advantage. Thank you, chat. I don't want to do this. Oh, thank God. Okay. I mean, it's not good, you guys, but I thought I'd rolled 2 1s among the 3 dice. But one of them was a 7. So that's safe. Oh, no. I know what's going to happen. The other one's a 3, which makes it the 10.
Okay.
But I have a +3 for soul. But I have a -1 because I'm shaken or whatever. So the total is 12. Maybe there's a bonus from that other spell. I don't know. But my total is a 12. A very typical, clearly not ascended Octavian Chase qualified success, maybe? I don't know. It's a 12.
As you feel the ritual empower through your blood and reenact, and you start seeing the other room in your mind, you hear Carla's voice go, "You're really fucking terrible at this, you know that." And a moment
he just looks
later,
up at her and says, "My dear, I live with it every day."
So do I. And a moment later, the room has completely disappeared, and you and Carla and Davis and Kirsty are in the room. In the mall.
I'm not that bad at it. And I pass out.
Carla's like, I thought he'd never shut up.
Fair.
All it took was traveling to some other fucking dimension and finding some fucking time zombie demons to shut him up. Meanwhile,
I own that.
Meanwhile,
Jesus Christ. Sorry, some folks.
in some deep, dark hole somewhere, Doctor, you come to feeling satiated. There is a half-eaten corpse next to you. As you sit up, you find yourself on top of a building somewhere in Metropolis. You can tell you're still in Metropolis because you can see in the distance the citadels of the Archons. You can see the Clockwork City off in the distance behind the mist. You feel kind of at home. And the voice of Hera comes to you as you turn and see Nedra there. And she says, "Welcome home, Doctor. Now, come along. We have work to do."
Yes. It is time we show the world what beauties there are to behold.
Indeed. And
Do you still have that thing sticking out of your fucking
yes,
head?
he does. And if this was a John Carpenter film, we would get a funky little soundtrack and we would get the credits, and then the credits would stop and we would see John stumbling into the room, having pushed through the wall. See the two surgeons sort of look over at him and see, what does he see on the table? Creep.
Hi, John.
And as you look down, you can clearly see on her right hand the wound that the Vox Anima made in the palm of her hand.
I did it for you, for everybody out there, because I can't go back.
You deserve more than this.
And on that note, we'll end Eater of the Dead, sorry.
Wow.
Our little foray into the world of Kult.
Hell of an ending.
Wow, I'm
Plenty
exhausted.
of mysteries
Oh, kid.
left to explore in the future.
Oh my god.
Mr. Chase, do you have the vapors?
Yeah, I do.
Go have a lie down.
Yeah. I'm literally passed out, so I'm having to lie down right now.
My God.
Good thing I know I'm in competent hands. Competent, well-compensated hands, I should point out.
Will Carla, Octavian, and Julia ever escape? Metropolis will. Kirsty and John ever escape that tiny little room with the two weird surgeons? And what exactly will the Doctor get up to next, having done pretty much every weird thing that one could conceive of, and now missing one arm? Which arm is it, by the way?
His left.
Somewhere, the last shot, we'd come back and we'd just see a left arm in a room somewhere.